A very good morning and welcome back to MAGNY-COURS for day two of our round three of the Legends Cars Cup weekend, or round two of the Ultimate Cup Series 2026. We had two thrilling races yesterday, and we are looking for more of the same this morning and this afternoon Races 3 and 4 of the Legends Cars Cup coming up. Getting underway in about 10 minutes' time for race number 3. You can see the cars lining up in the fast lane of the pits. And then if we're looking ahead to the rest of the afternoon, around about 3:40, if everything goes to schedule, we'll have our 4th and final race of the weekend for the Legends. They have provided nothing but entertainment in races 1 and 2 yesterday. And if you've not watched Legends before, you are in for an absolute, utter treat. You do not know who's going to win these races until the last couple of corners. So we are in Magny-Cours, in the centre of France, just outside Nevers and Magny-Cours. The circuit is 4.4 kilometres or 2.7 miles, 17 turns. Famously, a difficult track to overtake on, not for the Legends. It is non-stop overtaking, part of the Ultimate Cup Series, Prototype Cup, GP Endurance Cup. That was last night, 6-hour race, the Hoosier Formula Cup and the GT Sprint Cup. All of those are finished, other than later on this morning, the 4-hour race in the European Endurance Prototype Cup, their second round of the series. But for the Legends, this is round 3. On the grid then, Maxime Lieutenant alongside Romain Charbonnier on row number 1. Row 2 is Thibaut Chiron and Maxime Sontag, who has had 2 fourth-place finishes in the first 2 races. Quite painful for him. Maxime Laforet alongside David Jacques-Louis, Eric Chapon and Pierre-Laurent Broussard on row 4. On 5, Francois Beltrando and Emmanuel Burel. But our main contenders are likely going to be, with a win and a second place in the first 2 races yesterday, Maxime Lieutenant. Romain Charbonnier yet to stand on the top step of the podium this weekend, but a second and a third to his name. Thibaut Chiron has always been involved in these fights, 3rd and 5th for him. And again, those 2 fourth-place finishes for Maxime Sontag. But keep one eye on Gilles Smits, number 54, potentially coming through the field. He's quite far back, didn't have a great race number 1, so that's where he finds himself. But otherwise, the lineup is the results from race number 1 for race 3. That is how you make the grid. For race number 4, it'll be the results of this race. All right. That's about as much as we can get away with, because these races do get started very, very quickly. There are 27 cars on the grid. They are all very equally matched, all in the same vehicles. It's a unique racing car, to say the least, designed to deliver exceptional performance in a compact, lightweight format. Now, they only weigh 480 kilograms, but pack 140 horsepower. Got 0 to 60 in 3.5 seconds. They are little pocket rockets. 889cc engine. The Yamaha. The reason these are so popular with racers, and not just us that get to enjoy watching, but its financial affordability, is that one of the most affordable cars to race anywhere in the world. You get a guaranteed show. We've had 2 shows already that have just been brilliant. And the friendly spirit you often get in these affordable classes in the paddock. It's so clear to see when you're walking around. Right, in the light blue in the 66, that is Romain Charbonnier going for his first win this weekend. On the right-hand side, Maxime Lieutenant in the black and orange. Behind the Maxime Sontag in the green, and Thibaut Chiron in the tricolor red, white, blue. It is a rolling start for these cars. 5 lights are on. 5 lights will disappear, and here we go. Round number 3. Adelaide hairpin, sharpest turn on the circuit. I'll go up towards the Nürburgring turn. So already Maxime Lieutenant, a little bit of work to do, dropping back to 5th now. Oh, is that there's some smoke coming out the back of the car in about 10th position. That doesn't look too fantastic, and it spun out. Yeah, something was wrong. Clearly wasn't all gravy in the 106. That is Francois Beltrando, who qualified in 9th position, and I think that car's done. Hopefully he can get back on track, but it's such a long way back. He's not going to be contending now in the top 10, I'd imagine. As Romain Charbonnier a second and a third in the first two races this weekend. Is going for the #1 spot, but as we've learnt, or if you've learnt this over the first two races yesterday, you can be in the lead for the first 19.5 minutes here. It is not over to the final corner of the final lap. It can all change. It has all changed. Both races, we've seen the leaders change about 3 times on the final lap of both races. Is who's bravest? Well, complete their first lap. It's Romain Charbonnier, Thibaut Chiron, Maxime Sontag. So we saw the car smoking from the right rear, and then it did spin out. Hopefully nothing's been dropped on the circuit. That would be absolute chaos with these vehicles. So it is the regular contenders. Oh, there's that. Oh, there's a flat tyre somewhere. What's going on? That can't see a flat tyre. Something's not steering correctly. That was come back to that if we can. So already a couple of cars in a little bit of trouble. Lovely move from the 82. So Romain Charbonnier continues to lead. And just count the number of lead changes over the next 16 minutes. There could be a dozen. But it always seems to be the regular contenders. Maxime Laferré in the 82. He started in 5th position, up to 4th. Maxime Sontag is utterly desperate for a podium finish after 2 4th places. He has led both races. And there's the move up the inside. He's going to lead race #3. Is he? No. Shut the door by Charbonnier. But he's going to get it. The better takeaway. As they go around the 180 corner up towards Imola at turns 12 and 13. Charbonnier, Sontag, Chiron. Start finish line. 4th place in the red car is Emmanuel Burel in the 101. Started in 10th place and up to 4th. That's a great move. Maxime Laferré into 5th. Maxime Lieutenant from pole position finds himself down in 6th. The fiery livery. Quick view of Mathieu Garcia. Was that Johan Oliver rolling round at the back? Bit of a lock-up from Maxime Sontag after he takes the lead. Let's Thibaut Chiron through. He'll lead for the first time. So all 3 of those cars have now led the race over the last 5 or 6 corners. Completely normal. Maxime Lieutenant back into 4th from 6th. And in the red, Emmanuel Burel continues his good progress here. Got a group of 5 now. That gap can bridge quite quickly. Sontag all over the back of Thibaut Chiron. They will snake their way around Imola up towards Chateau d'Eau. And the long turn right left-hander down the chicane to the complex de Ligier. Final corner on this circuit. So a right, left to get back onto the start-finish straights. Oh, there's some damage for Maxime Laferré in the 82. You know, coming together somewhere. That's a great image right there. Thibaut Chiron leads for Maxime Sontag, Romain Charbonnier. Maxime Lieutenant, Maxime Lafferay. They started as your front five. They are your front five, not in this order. And there is an infamous 10-11 being investigated between Jacques-Louis David and who else was involved? 28. Thibaut Chiron, Maxime Sontag in the green, Romain Charbonnier in the baby blue, Maxime Lieutenant in the black and orange. So a temporary yellow flag, it's all gone green again now. Maxime Sontag looking to make a move on the inside to the right-hander and gets the job done. More overtaking's taking place a little bit further back. That is Maxime Lafferay in the red. Sontag leads. Maxime Lieutenant up to third place. Charbonnier down to fourth. Chiron tailgating Maxime Sontag. So, in an almost indistinguishable straight line, it is Max Sontag, Thibaut Chiron, Max Lieutenant, Romain Charbonnier, Emmanuel Borel, and Gilles Smits. Gilles Smits, I said keep an eye on him. He's up from 19th to 6th place so far. He won race number 2. Which means he will be on pole in race number 4. Oh, Maxime Lieutenant gets back into first place where he started the race. He had a terrible start, but finally, after just coming up to 10 minutes, he's back in the number 1 spot. Maxime Sontag in the green behind him, then Romain Charbonnier and Thibaut Chiron drops from 1st to 4th. That's how quick it can happen. Emmanuel Borel in red. At the back of these 5, just can't get to the top 4 positions. Max Lieutenant leading the way. Won race number 1, second in race number 2. Came into this weekend second overall in the championship. Thibaut Chiron was your leader, Charbonnier was in third. The Romain Charbonnier, Maxime Sontag, Thibaut Chiron, and Max Lieutenant. Oh, they're all looking for it. Sontag goes through on the inside, and Romain Charbonnier and Thibaut Chiron is going to get through as well. Maxime Lieutenant watches on in 5th. Where will the dust settle? Sontag is definitely through, and also Thibaut Chiron. Gilles Smits continues to lead. Oh, there's the accident. Oh, it was the 3 cars, really, wasn't it? One of them is going to get away from that, but one is stranded, I believe. So yellow flag in sector 3, which they're coming up to right now. They will have to lift as they go past the incident. Thibaut Chiron gets past Sontag for second. Can he catch Gilles Smits? What a win this would be from 19th to 1st. Coming up to the tight right-hander. Past the stranded car, racing is on. Let's go. 3 corners remaining. Sontag on the back of Chiron, makes contact. Romain Charbonnier can't take advantage They'll come into turn number 15. It's a right, left. And Gilles Smits. More action from Sontag. Can he get past Giron? No. And a touch of the very end. Charbonnier through. But Sontag from 19th to 1st. How has he done that? Collisions behind him. The official result, Thibaut Giron by a 1/10 of a second over Maxime Sontag. And Romain Charbonnier, 49 hundredths back in 4th. Gilles Smits, second win of the weekend from 19th. Thibaut Giron, he gets his second podium and his best finish of the weekend in second. Maxime Sontag finally gets a podium, 4th, 4th, 3rd so far his finishes. And Max Lieutenant, after all the drama in the last couple of corners, takes a 5th place finish after his 1st and 2nd in races 1 and 2 yesterday. I told you, it is never, ever over until the final corner. And that was a perfect example. Nobody gets away in Legends racing. They might get away in a group. On an individual level, they never, ever move away. And that, folks, is classic Legends racing. It's a remarkable turnaround. And credit to Gilles, it's not just going from 19th to 1st, but when he got into 1st, he never relinquished that position. Every other driver in the top 5 held 1st position maybe twice. Look at the differences in times here. That is overall too. So Gilles Smits, 2nd win of the weekend, 2nd and 6th session from 19th on the grid. Thibaut Giron gets 2nd podium. His best finish of the weekend in 2nd. Maxime Sontag, 1st podium, 4th, 4th, 3rd for him. Romain Charbonnier into 4th place. He's had 2nd, 3rd and 4th now, still wanting a win in race number 4 later. And Maxime Lieutenant in 5th place, his worst finish of the weekend, but still right up there in the championship standings. Also the top 10, Maxime Laforet, Pierre-Laurent Broussard, Eric Chapon, Karen Loutard and Ben Coulard, all picking up significant points. And there are massive points on offer in Legends Cars racing. 50 points for your winner. 40s and 30s right the way down to 10th place. Even finishing 25th here is going to get you 16 points. So what you never want to do in Legends racing is fail to finish. Just keep on going. So our first race of the day is done. Coming shortly, there's going to be the Clio Cup Series. We've got Euro Formula Cup. Pardon me, European Endurance Prototype Cup. It's the big one from 10 AM local time, 4-hour race for them. Then Legends again after the lunch break from 3:40 and 4:20 respectively, with the Clio Cup Series closing out the weekend. There's our winner, back left, green and black helmet on, Gilles Smits. You may notice how also his number, the GS, makes the 65. Very clever, that. But he's not car 65, he's 54. Should be 65, shouldn't he? There are a lot of cars to get back in to Parc Fermé, hence they take a little while. It is the 2nd biggest grid of the weekend. Only the prototypes, which have 35 cars on their grid, have more. And we mentioned earlier the camaraderie amongst all teams and drivers in the pits. And that's an example. I cannot believe that Gilles Smits doesn't use the car number 65, because the 65 is not taken, and it just makes sense with his surname, GS. The Belgian winner in France.
Gilles Smith, vainqueur de la troisième course de la Legends Cars Cup. Hier après-midi, vous me disiez, je suis plutôt du matin.
Ah, je t'avais dit. Hein.
Eh ouais, vous vous êtes pas trompé. Partiez de la 19e position.
Exact.
Quelle course formidable.
Ouais, pourtant je comptais prendre un meilleur départ et donc ma remontée était un peu retardée. Il n'a pas fallu trop traîner à jouer avec mes copains habituels. Il a fallu plutôt passer un par un, mais ça s'est bien mis pour moi. Et j'ai de nouveau entamé ce dernier tour premier, mais bon, j'avais une petite avance parce qu'ils se sont un peu disputés entre eux. Donc j'ai pu garder un tout petit gap. Voilà. Une très belle course et je suis très content pour l'équipe.
Et par rapport aux conditions de piste, il a fait beaucoup moins chaud qu'hier. Donc est-ce que ça a aussi ça vous a aidé à attaquer un peu plus, pousser la voiture un peu plus avec cette chaleur qui était moindre qu'hier?
Oui, dans les pneus, oui. Dans le moteur, moi perso, je trouvais que le mien était un peu moins bon que les autres, mais à la poussette, tu gagnes beaucoup, donc ça a permis. Voilà.
Je pense que vous avez pris un maximum de plaisir. Partir de la 19e place et finir sur la plus haute marche du podium, c'est quand même une belle performance.
Ouais, je visais le podium, mais voilà, on prend la victoire. Hein.
Merci beaucoup, Gilles. Merci.
Fantastic stuff, and we'll have more Legends Cars Cup racing from 3:40 local time, so please do tune in. Before that, Clio Cup Series coming up, and our headline race of the day from 10 a.m, the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Plenty of racing, and we'll see you very soon. But first of all, a few highlights. Well, the entire thing was highlights, wasn't it? From the very off, Maxime Lieutenant didn't get the best breakaway. Romain Charbonnier took the lead in the opening couple of corners, taking Thibaut Chiron and Maxime Sontag with him. Lieutenant dropping back to 4th and 5th at times. But all the while, Gilles Smits was working his way like a wily fox through the grid. Started in 19th and just picked them off one by one. We had a couple of cars spin out fairly early. But all of them sharing the lead. And you even had Maxime Laforet and Eric Chapon playing a part in this drama as well. But Lieutenant, Charbonnier, Chiron and Sontag, the four of them would share the lead back and forth for the opening 10-15 minutes. There was action throughout the field, some taking the high line. But all the while, out of our camera shot, for the most of that race, Gilles Smits worked his way through the car 54 from 19th position on the grid, the 10th row of the grid. And all of a sudden, into the last 5 minutes, he appears and picks off the front four one by one. There were some fantastic moves, plenty of overtakes. We promised them at the start. Maxime Sontag down the inside into the right-hander, holding off Thibaut Chiron in the 48. Maxime Lieutenant would go from 1st to 5th to 1st to 5th. Further down the grid, there was action happening, but naturally we focused right at the front. And that was really the first time on the 6th on the grid there we saw Gilles Smits. And when he got into the lead, he never ever lost it again. Took a 19th place in race 1, 1 in race 2, which means he'll be on pole position in race number 4 later on this afternoon as well. Would you bet against him getting 3 wins in a row? I certainly wouldn't. There he was in 4th place. Max Lieutenant still leading. Again, plenty of racing going on behind the scenes. I mean, these races could have 10 cars and we'd still be entertained. We've got 27 of them.
Trois pilotes qui n'ont pas pointé après le secteur 2, alors que devant les deux pilotes Field Racing s'échappent Suslov et Stoyanov. Attention, drapeau jaune au niveau de la chicane du T9. Voilà, une voiture à l'arrêt qui a réussi à se mettre sur le côté. Mais il doit y avoir d'autres voitures impliquées et à l'arrêt. On n'aperçoit pas sur nos images. Alors qu'on complète ici le premier tour, Suslov, Stoyanov, Storksen, c'est le top 3. après un tour, un top 3 qui se tient en 2 secondes 5. Frédéric Boyot remonté 4e, Lucas Valcre 5e, Alan Orsinski-Emsani 6e, Walter Ricard 7e, Craig Matlecci 8e, Thierry Malhomme 9e et Alexandre Botella à la 10e position. Alors, nous annonce Eros Giannini arrêté à la sortie du virage numéro 9. Hein. C'était cette voiture qu'on apercevait au ralenti sur le côté, mais Frédéric Morien, Frédéric Morien et Craig et Gilles Depierre n'ont pas pris le départ de la course. Donc 10 voitures sur la piste actuellement et en attendant de voir ce qui se passe pour Eros Giannini qui malheureusement n'a pas pu repartir. On voit que la voiture a été évacuée de la piste et drapeau vert sur l'ensemble du circuit. Allez, devant déjà un écart creusé par Stéphane Suslov qui signe les meilleurs temps absolus dans les secteurs 1, dans les secteurs 2. Il est intenable clairement, il gagne une demi-seconde déjà sur ce tour sur Martin Stoyanov. Alexis Storksen qui a du mal à tenir la comparaison. Et par contre, il arrive à même tenir la distance avec Frédéric Boyot. Pilote du Race Motorsport qui est 4e. Allez, il est déjà le temps de faire un point sur le classement à l'issue des 2 premiers tours. Stéphane Suslov 2.02.8, 2.03.5. Martin Stoyanov, il perd encore, il perd gros, il perd exactement 8 dixièmes là sur ce dernier tour. Martin Stoyanov a désormais à 1 seconde 7 de la tête. Alexis Storksen, lui, commence à être esselé en 3e position puisqu'il a 2 secondes 8 d'avance sur Frédéric Boyot, mais seulement 1 seconde 5 de retard sur Martin Stoyanov. Et ça va mieux pour l'autre pilote Whitfield Racing, Craig Matlecci, qui gagne une place dans ce dernier tour. Il passe de la 8e à la 7e place devant Walter Ricard. Et là, c'est le podium des gentlemen qui est en jeu. Allez, 14 minutes avant le drapeau à damier, à la fin du 3e tour dans un instant. Stéphane Suslov sur cette monoplace numéro 41, toujours leader et plutôt tranquille. Et on sent qu'il fait le boulot dans ses premiers tours pour s'échapper. Et ça marche plutôt bien. Alors, est-ce qu'on n'aurait pas eu un peu de changement là dans ce 3e tour? Pour Suslov, non. Toujours en tête avec 1 seconde 8 désormais sur Stoyanov. Il gagne... Allez, 2 petits dixièmes sur ce dernier tour. Storksen toujours 3e. Boyot 4e. Lucas Valcre 5e. Pas de changement dans le top 5. Alan Orsinski-Emsani 6e. Et on rappelle l'abandon en début de course d'Eros Giannini, le pilote numéro 69. Et dans le Race Motorsport. Pour Stéphane Suslov pour l'instant. Seul lui et son pilotage pourraient changer la donne s'il commet des erreurs. Pour l'instant il n'en commet pas, il est plutôt serein. Stoyanov essaie de tenir la comparaison, mais ça devrait encore s'accentuer, même si Stoyanov a été plus rapide sur le secteur 2 d'1 dixième de seconde après avoir perdu un dixième sur le secteur 1. Pour l'instant, Alexis Torsen est installé en troisième position. J'ai l'impression ça tire tout droit pour cette nouvelle place. Voir si la direction de course, oui voilà, la direction de course nous en informe. Avertissement pour Alexandre Bottella pour un dépassement des limites de piste alors qu'il reste moins de 12 minutes avant le drapeau à damier. Meilleur tour amélioré à l'instant par Stefan Suslov en 2:02 668 et voilà, ces 2 secondes d'avance sont désormais réelles avec Martin Stoyanov. Et Alexis Torsen, lui, a réussi à venir un petit peu. Non, pas vraiment revenu. Il est toujours au contact. Il a même perdu 3 dixièmes pour être précis. Donc il va plus vite que Frédéric Bouillot et conserver cette 3e position. Ça, c'est tout à fait envisageable. Que Frédéric Bouillot qui va se concentrer sur la catégorie gentleman et conserver cette catégorie. Là, le placard en piste, ça pourrait s'agiter à n'importe quel moment. Et avec un Stefan Suslov aussi rapide, aussi dominateur, pour la 3e fois du week-end.
Dans cette catégorie gentleman, hier, Craig McLetchie, le pilote australien, n'était pas présent au départ puisqu'il s'était il avait abîmé la voiture aux qualifications et du coup ça doit lui donner des regrets puisqu'il est 2e de cette catégorie aujourd'hui et il est dans quasiment dans les chronos de Frédéric Bouillot. Alors forcément il partait très loin, mais ça aurait pu nous avoir une bonne explication dans cette catégorie. On va dire que ça ne sera qu'une partie remise pour le prochain rendez-vous. Alexis Thompson essaye de revenir, comme disait Bertrand, sur les 2 voitures qui sont dans lui, mais c'est quand même assez compliqué parce que ce soit Martin Stoyanov ou Stefan Suslov bien évidemment en tête de l'épreuve, il n'y a aucun des 2 pilotes ne commet la moindre erreur. Ça va très vite, mais ça roule de façon très propre et très efficace, ce qui ne permet pas malheureusement à Alexis Thompson de pouvoir revenir au contact à minima de Martin Stoyanov pour pouvoir prétendre et éventuellement lui disputer la 2e marche du podium.
On rappelle Stefan Suslov, leader pilote suédois du Winfield Racing, jeune pilote, 17 ans seulement, qui a fait un début de saison tout simplement parfait pour l'instant. On voit très à l'aise, des conditions qui sont également parfaites et idéales pour la course automobile. Son dernier tour, deux pilotes qui font partie de la même équipe. Une voiture, avantage pour le pilote suédois sur le pilote bulgare Alexis Torsen. Pas grand chose pour l'instant. Tour après tour, il lâche du lest sur Martin Stoyanov. Encore 2 dixièmes de perdu sur ce dernier passage.
Stefan Suslov là, qui hier, quand on avait discuté un petit peu avec lui à la descente du podium, n'était pas trop inquiet. Hier il avait été un petit peu sous pression de la part de Martin Stoyanov et finalement non, moi j'ai pas senti de pression, je n'ai pas regardé derrière, je me suis concentré sur ma course, donc on sent déjà que le garçon a un caractère bien affirmé en dépit de son jeune âge, mais pour l'instant ça se présente plutôt pas mal. Et d'ailleurs un début de saison optimal pour le pilote suédois.
Il reste un peu plus de 7 minutes. Suslov, Stoyanov, Storksen le podium et Suslov qui en rajoute encore un petit peu. 2,02 626 sur ce dernier tour, alors qu'Alexis Storksen lui vient de passer à l'instant sous la barre des 2,03, 2,02 996 et il reprend 4 dixièmes sur ce dernier tour. Non, pardon, il repère un dixième sur Alexis Storksen. Par contre, c'est Martin Stoyanov qui lui a perdu sur ce dernier tour. C'est 3 secondes qui le séparent de Suslov devant dans la catégorie gentleman. Boyo toujours leader devant McCletchy et Walter Ricard. Attention, pour cette catégorie gentleman, on a très peu d'écart avec Thierry Malhomme qui a pointé sur ce dernier tour à demi-seconde.
Que l'on a actuellement à l'écran là entre Ricard et Malhomme. L'explication pour peut-être la dernière marche du podium de cette catégorie gentleman et un tout petit peu plus loin derrière à longueur de voiture à peine Alexandre Bottella, le rookie sur le 28 qui est là, qui attend et qui pourrait bien profiter de l'explication entre Walter Ricard et Thierry Malhomme, entre le pilote suisse et le pilote français qui s'explique donc dans cette catégorie de gentleman pour la 3e marche du podium. Les choses sont pas plus claires. Frédéric Boyo, à l'image de ce qu'il a réalisé hier, domine cette catégorie. Et en 2e position, on retrouve le pilote australien Greg McClatchy qui n'était pas au départ hier. Attention à cette attaque-là frontale. Numéro 4 sur la 22-3, à savoir Frédéric Boyo qui en fait est en train de se faire dépasser par Lucas Valcre qui a pris le meilleur sur le gentleman et qui va donc aller chercher le top 4 au classement scratch. On est rentré dans les 5 minutes et 30 secondes encore à parcourir dans les 5 dernières minutes de cette 3e et dernière course Hoosier Formula Cup. Et bien on va aller chercher donc un top 4 qui semble être maintenant promis à Lucas Valcre dans la mesure où Frédéric Boyo n'a pas pu contrer et il était sous pression depuis un petit moment, Frédéric, et là malheureusement il a dû s'incliner et on voit tout de suite la numéro 23 qui s'échappe et qui creuse l'écart.
Alors est-ce que sur ces 5 dernières minutes Lucas Valcre va faire ses chronos avec un tour clair à 2,04, c'est son meilleur tour, hein, 2,04.7. Est-ce que sans Frédéric Boyo devant lui, on peut aller chercher un 2,03 et cette 4e position? Ça semble difficile d'aller chercher Alexis Storksen qui est à 14 secondes devant. Et Stéphane Suslov pendant ce temps-là a repris encore une belle avance, 3 secondes 6 désormais sur Martin Stoyanov. Appelle l'abandon des Russes. Départ de Frédéric Morien et Gilles Depierre. Ça nous laisse pour l'instant un petit peu de place sur attention, Greg McClatchy, là, il s'est passé quelque chose pour l'Australie qui a chuté de 4 places. Il a été 7ème, il a eu 3 places, Greg McClatchy.
Et il est surtout derrière Walter Ricard maintenant et Thierry Malhomme. Donc finalement il est en dehors du podium, le pilote australien.
Alors le pilote australien qui porte le numéro 10. Ça serait pas au ralenti là, ou à l'arrêt même dans cette...
il arrive là, on le voit au niveau de la chicane nord. Il arrive, mais on va surtout surveiller son chrono, 38 710. Oula, gros accrochage là dans cette courbe du double droite du Bossé avec une voiture qui est partie en tonneau, une voiture totalement détruite là.
Ouais, c'est Walter.
Et drapeau rouge, ouais.
La course qui ne devrait pas repartir,
ouais,
hein. Il restait 3 minutes.
On est à plus de 75% du temps écoulé. Mais alors là, on a vu un accrochage, les roues qui se sont chevauchées. Et là, malheureusement, c'est le plus mauvais cas de figure du côté du double droite du Bossé. Est-ce qu'on ne s'est pas compris entre les pilotes? En tout cas, la voiture là a terminé heureusement sur le halo de sécurité. Mais image très très impressionnante.
Voilà, les pilotes impliqués, on va essayer de voir ce qui s'est passé.
C'est la numéro 2.
Oui, c'est Walter Ricard. Alors, il y a 3 voitures, je crois, impliquées dans cet accrochage.
En fait, c'était la bagarre pour le podium dans cette catégorie gentleman avec Thierry Malhomme qui lui aussi a rétrogradé. Ouh là 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 là, Walter Ricard là, il a dû vraiment se faire peur.
Walter Ricard qui s'extrait de sa monoplace, donc ça c'est déjà un très bon signe pour le pilote suisse. Regardez la deuxième voiture là-bas qui a été prise dans cet accrochage. Ça doit être...
Je me demande si c'est pas Thierry Malhomme.
Thierry Malhomme, la 3 du Lamborghini Racing Car.
Alors on va regarder ce qui s'est passé. Ouais, il passe à l'intérieur et je pense que là, les deux voitures doivent se... Voilà. Ah oui, la roue avant gauche de Thierry Malhomme en fait touche la roue arrière droite de Walter Ricard qui part instantanément en tonneau, et derrière on a une voiture évidemment qui part à l'extérieur pour éviter la collision. Mais là, grosse frayeur là pour Walter Ricard là. Ça a l'air d'aller. Heureusement, le pilote qui est sur ses deux jambes, c'est à chaque fois l'information principale et primordiale, dirons-nous, l'état de santé et l'intégrité physique du pilote. Mais ça se termine bien, dirons-nous, au niveau physique pour ces deux pilotes, Walter Ricard et Thierry Malhomme. Je pense qu'il y a eu peut-être incompréhension entre les deux pilotes parce qu'on n'a pas vu beaucoup de mouvements de voiture. Il n'y a pas eu un coup de volant de l'intérieur où on ferme la porte de façon agressive. Je pense que les deux pilotes étaient très proches. Ils se pensaient peut-être suffisamment espacés. Et finalement, les deux roues se sont superposées. Et malheureusement, vous avez vu en image la suite avec ce tonneau de la Tatus T318 de Walter Ricard, le pilote suisse.
Et la course qui est arrêtée, drapeau rouge, et la course qui ne repartira pas. C'est annoncé par la direction de course. Donc le podium est confirmé. Stefan Suslov s'impose devant Martin Stoyanov et Alexis Storksen. Et alors maintenant, dans cette catégorie gentleman, c'est Frédéric Boyot qui va s'imposer.
Logiquement, on prend le classement au tour précédent, la sortie du drapeau rouge. Donc,
oui. On avait Walter Ricard devant Thierry Malhomme, en deuxième et troisième position.
Craig McLatchy, qui était le pilote australien qui était devant, venait de perdre sa position suite à un problème ou une petite erreur de pilotage. En tout cas, on devrait malgré tout retrouver Walter Ricard et Thierry Malhomme sur le podium de cette catégorie gentleman dans quelques instants.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous, très heureux de vous retrouver en direct du circuit de Nevers MAGNY-COURS pour l'Endurance Prototype Cup, Ultimate Cup Series européenne 2026. Avant de vous présenter la grille de départ dans quelques instants, on va vous présenter notre dispositif puisqu'on sera sur la grille jusqu'au départ en compagnie de Thomas, notre pit reporter, qui vous donnera les réactions et surtout les sensations des pilotes à quelques minutes du départ. Avant ça, je vous propose de regarder cette présentation de ce mythique circuit de la Nièvre, Nevers MAGNY-COURS. Ce n'est pas un circuit comme les autres. Allez, de retour sur la grille alors que les voitures sont en train de se mettre en place. CNP 02 qui vont se disputer la victoire aujourd'hui pour cette deuxième étape de l'European Endurance Prototype Cup. D'ailleurs, la pole est en train de se mettre en place. La voiture en pole de l'ANS numéro 6 est en train de se mettre en place. En attendant, on les retrouver pour leur poser quelques questions avant le départ. Eh bien, on va retrouver Thomas qui est en fond de grille avec les pilotes qui vont partir des dernières positions. Thomas, n'hésitez pas à intervenir si vous avez quelqu'un à votre micro. Nous, on va aller tendre notre micro à l'ANS numéro 6 qui partira en pole position.
Oui, merci Bertrand. Justement, je suis avec la voiture numéro 77 du Jauge Compétition qui va partir en dernière position. Et je suis avec Paul Alberto, un des pilotes qui compose ce trio. Bonjour Paul.
Bonjour.
Justement, donc, il y a eu un petit accident lors de la séance de qualification hier qui vous contraint de partir en dernière position. C'est une course de 4 heures, on sait que c'est long. Quel est l'objectif de cette voiture ?
Déjà de remonter, c'est l'objectif, et c'est une endurance, donc tout est possible jusqu'à la ligne d'arrivée. Et tant qu'on n'a pas franchi la ligne, tout est possible et on va se battre jusqu'au bout pour faire cette belle remontée. Et on a un bon rythme, donc on va tout donner. Mes coéquipiers sont à bloc aussi et on va remonter.
Comparé aux séances qu'il y a eu tout au long du week-end où il a fait très chaud, là on est sur des conditions un peu plus clémentes, avec une température moins élevée. Est-ce que ça va avoir des conséquences sur votre voiture? Est-ce que justement on pourra un peu plus pousser puisqu'il y aura un peu plus d'air frais? Donc je suppose que la voiture va apprécier ce changement de température.
En effet, la voiture va avoir des réactions un peu meilleures que les essais précédents parce qu'il y a 10 degrés de moins comparé aux deux jours d'essais précédents. Donc on a fait une voiture plus ou moins adaptée pour les conditions comme ça. Donc ça va le faire et ça va remonter, sûr.
Vous prenez quel relais? Est-ce que vous êtes en deuxième position ou vous prendrez le troisième relais?
Je prendrai le troisième relais. Arnaud Robin fera le premier relais de 1 heure et quelques. Et Jean-René de Fourneau fera le deuxième. Et moi, je vais finir la course avec des pneus frais. Donc ça va mettre du gaz.
Et bien, vous souhaite une bonne remontée et une bonne course, Paul. Merci.
Merci beaucoup.
C'est Adrien. Toi, tu partiras en deuxième, toi en troisième. Non, je vais pas le dire, non, mais c'était juste pour savoir qui est dans la voiture. Donc Adrien, Yann, Paco. Ok. Bon. Bien. Ouais, je suis en place. Allez, on se retrouve en tête de cette grille avec l'ANS numéro 6 et Paco Wessenberger. Ah, voilà, on fait un mix des deux, comme ça c'est parfait. Paco, vous avez réalisé la meilleure qualification au cumulé des 3 séances. Vous partez en pole position, c'est déjà une première chose, un premier bon point. Maintenant la course est longue, rien n'est fait. Quelle est un peu l'ambiance dans l'équipe et vos sensations à quelques minutes du départ?
On est très concentrés, on a fait le travail hier pendant les qualifications. Maintenant il y a 4 heures de course, donc il faut continuer, il faut concrétiser aujourd'hui et continuer à bien travailler comme on l'a fait hier.
On a des conditions un peu plus fraîches aujourd'hui. J'imagine que ça va permettre de garder un rythme plus élevé, peut-être plus longtemps.
Ouais, peut-être un peu moins de dégradation des pneus. Pour les aléas mécaniques, ça peut aider aussi. Et faire avec, de toute façon, c'est pas nous qui décidons pour ces choses-là.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci, au revoir.
Allez, on va enchaîner. Thomas, n'hésitez pas à intervenir si vous avez quelqu'un également en fond de grille. On va aller voir bien la voiture qui partira en deuxième position, le DB Autosport by MB Performance.
Ça marche. Oui, je suis avec Nigel Bali sur la voiture du CD Sport. Bonjour Nigel, je vois que vous êtes installé, parfaitement installé, pardon. Comment ça se passe dans ces derniers moments de préparation de course et quel est votre mindset avant de partir?
Eh bien, ça se passe pas trop mal pour le moment. Je dirais que l'équipe fait un très bon travail. On est bien entouré. Et puis, voilà, je prends le départ évidemment pour maximiser nos changements de pilote. Et donc voilà, c'est positif. Et puis, il y a toujours un peu de stress qui est palpable. Avant de démarrer, on se refait le film dans la tête. On communique avec les ingénieurs les dernières informations nécessaires avant le départ. Et puis, c'est toujours un peu une loterie, hein. On voit que ça va vite devant et le premier virage c'est un peu un entonnoir, donc il faudra rester je dirais très précautionneux et pas faire de bêtises.
Merci beaucoup Nigel, bonne course.
Allez, on va rapidement tendre notre micro et demander quelques informations à Rémi, responsable du support technique chez Goodyear. Alors, on a eu des conditions compliquées tout le week-end avec la chaleur. Là, il fait un petit peu moins chaud. Quelles sont les recommandations aujourd'hui pour les pilotes? Et surtout, racontez-nous votre rôle aujourd'hui et ce week-end à MAGNY-COURS.
Alors, comme toujours, Goodyear, on est présent sur l'Ultimate, donc pour assurer un support technique pour les équipes et voilà, s'assurer que tout va bien et que tout le monde utilise les pneus dans les bonnes conditions. Et ouais, comme vous l'avez dit, on a eu des conditions très chaudes depuis jeudi, depuis qu'on a commencé à rouler avec des très fortes températures et des températures de piste importantes. Et là aujourd'hui, on a quasiment moitié moins en termes de température, donc ça va influer sur le réglage des voitures pour adapter le fonctionnement des pneumatiques à ces conditions différentes. Donc là, ça va être un peu la loterie parce qu'on n'a jamais roulé ici avec ces conditions-là depuis jeudi. Donc ça va être un peu la loterie. Peut-être que moi, j'ai pas toutes les infos évidemment de ce qu'ont fait les 35 engagés en Nova, mais peut-être qu'il y en a qui ont changé quelque chose ou non, ça on ne sait pas encore. On va voir en fonction des premiers arrêts. Là, ça va être notre rôle à nous, à Goodyear, de voir visuellement comment se comportent les pneus. Forcément, il fait plus frais, donc ça sera plus facile pour les pneus que les conditions qu'on a eues depuis jeudi. Mais globalement, même avec la forte température, on n'a pas eu de soucis. Donc c'est plutôt positif pour le moment. Ouais.
Merci beaucoup Rémi. La gestion de ces pneumatiques, ça va être un des enjeux de cette course. Il va commencer quelques instants. On doit évacuer la piste. Le départ aura lieu dans quelques minutes seulement. Restez bien connectés sur Ultimate Cup TV pour cette grande course qui nous attend dans quelques instants.
So I think that's time to hand over to your commentator. My name is Ewan. I'll be taking you through the race today. A big warm welcome to MAGNY-COURS in the centre of France for round number 2 of the Endurance Prototype Cup, part of the Ultimate Cup Series 2026 weekend. 6 rounds in total, our second consecutive round in France after travelling 6 hours north from Paul Ricard in round 1. To find ourselves right in the heart of the country, about 150 miles away from Paris. And we are delighted to have 35 cars on the starting grid, the biggest grid we have this entire weekend. We have enjoyed last night, if you watched it, you tuned in for the 6 hours of the Kennel GT Endurance Cup Championship. We've had Hoosier Formula Cup, we have had Ultimate GT Sprint, we've had Legends Racing and Clio Cup Racing. But the highlight of Sunday is this, our 4-hour race in the European Prototype Cup Championship. Leading the way, a winner at Paul Ricard was the ANS Motorsport team of Chila, Aguilera and Wiesenberger. They are in the car number 6 and they have started as they left Paul Ricard on pole position. The 555 team of Quillon and Morales, the Kojimo Racing team, who are currently second in the
Allez, on se retrouve ici en pit lane, on a dû évacuer la grille. On est avec M. Norbert Santos, fondateur de la firme Norma et qui est désormais ambassadeur pour cette firme Nova Proto, qui a l'initiative de la naissance de cette voiture qui nous étonne de plus en plus. J'imagine que ça vous fait quelque chose de voir cette grille de départ avec toutes ces NP02, ce championnat qui prend énormément d'ampleur et puis les courses qui sont de plus en plus passionnantes, Norbert.
Oui, effectivement, c'est très émouvant de voir cette grille. C'est magnifique avec de très belles voitures, de très belles équipes, des pilotes dont le niveau n'arrête pas de se relever. Et on voit que sur un circuit aussi compliqué que MAGNY-COURS, la bagarre est rude.
On a des voitures qui font la fierté de l'industrie automobile française aujourd'hui, surtout pour la course. Vous imaginez un tel succès de la part de ce prototype qui est à la fois performant, accessible et qui permet d'augmenter le niveau général du sport automobile français?
L'avenir, on avait un peu de mal à l'imaginer au départ. Par contre, dans le concept de la voiture et la définition de la voiture, je pense qu'on a atteint nos objectifs. Et les objectifs que nous avons atteints correspondent tout à fait à la demande actuelle d'une grande partie de pilotes.
Merci beaucoup Norbert. C'est l'heure de la course. On va y aller, on va se quitter. Je vous souhaite une bonne course et merci encore. Merci.
Bonne course.
All right, a big thank you to our pit lane and grid reporters down here in the MAGNY-COURS. We are getting ready for round number 2 of the European Endurance Prototype Cup. In the second round of the Ultimate Cup Series weekend. Let's take a look at our grid. Leading the way, the A&S Motorsport team who took the win in Paul Ricard. Chia leading the way alongside Aguilera and Wiesenberger in the car number 6. Joining on the front row, Carton, Ligier and Cousinon for the DB Autosport team. 27th last time out, they line up on the front row. The Kojimo Racing team line up 3rd of Prost, Alvarez and Creed in the 154 car. They finished 3rd last time out at Paul Ricard, and they start in the same position. Then the Seizelcom team of Delimir Alcaldares, they will start on the 2nd row. 8th last time out, so a consistent start for them. And the first of 2 rounds this 6-round season. On the 3rd row, it is Boulan Heroux and Bernier of the 23 Events Racing team. 12th last out at Paul Ricard. And joining them on row number 3, 10th last time out at Paul Ricard. Ligurti competition with Gudet, Lacamane and Naguti. On the 4th row, Russi Young for Switch Racing. And DB Autosport again, non-classified finisher in Paul Ricard, Basura, Trajani and Besh in the 21 car. There are 35 cars to get through on this grid. We will not be able to get through all of them in this very short period, but we'll go through them over the next 4 hours. But on the 5th row, Hegel by T2 Racing, De Curtins, Bassing and Van Dijk, Bonduel and Bunchi in the BDR competition car. So the cars are making their way round for their formation lap. And it will be a rolling start once we get going. The clock will start on 4 hours. Again, this is round 2. We've been to Le Castellet or Paul Ricard, 6-hour race yesterday for the Kennel GT Endurance Cup. Last time around it was the 6-hour for the prototypes. Then we go to Mugello in Italy in July, Belgium for Spa-Francorchamps in September, penultimate round in Navarra in October, and Portimao in November. But for the time being, at MAGNY-COURS, here we go. We are underway, 4 hours on the clock for the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Championship leaders, the car 6, the A&S Motorsport. Chia, Aguilera and Wiesenberger will be at the wheel looking to extend their championship lead. Who can bring them and reel them in? The 555 car, the Kojimo Racing team, 2nd last time out just a month ago. Only qualified down in 20th position. Plenty of dust going up. Fingers crossed that is just 2 wheels on the gravel and not a car in the wall. Looks to be the case. 4 wide round the Adelaide hairpin. Doesn't work. You can still see that gravel in the background with the dust coming up. So leading the way, the car number 6, Adrian Chia. You've got the silver driver, Romain Carton, in the car number 20. And there's only, I can see, 3 silver drivers, at least in the top 20 cars going out. And there will be a mixture of tactics going on, of course, across the 4 hours. Each car, if you're new to endurance racing, does have to have a minimum number of pit stops. There'll be 4 mandatory pit stops for driver changes. But you will see many more than that because of the refueling as well. Last night in the 6-hour race, there was a minimum of 7 mandatory pit stops, and most of the leading teams were on roughly 12 or so. So that is going to be the norm. We're going to look for about 10 roughly. And those tactics do massively come into play, but nothing more than simple driver consistency is going to be utter key in this race. We saw yesterday only 12 cars started last night. Only 6 finished, half the field dropping out of the 6-hour race. All of these cars driving the NP02 vehicle, which I'll come on to a little bit later, bring you more into the depth of that. We did have also, before this 6-round series, the Ultimate Winter Cup at Portimao and Navarra, which was really also a bit of a testing ground and a breeding ground for all of these cars coming into this season. But just 6 rounds, of course, in total. So we're already at the end of this race. We'll be at 1/3 of the way into the season. So every point matters. Reliability, more than anything, matters. And we are coming towards the end of lap number 1, and Adrian Chiller is leading the way. 1.5 laps completed. Sorry, I've lost the train of thought in all the information provided in the first couple of minutes. Adrian Chiller leads. Forgive me, in the car number 6. Romain Carton in the 20, so no change in your top 2. The 128 of Amaury Bonduelle started in 10th position, already up to 3rd. What a roaring start for Amaury Bonduelle. In 4th place, Louis Rossi in the car 4. They started in 7th, so movements already right at the very front. And we'll do our best with 35 cars to bring it completely up to speed at all times, who is where. When we start off in pit stops, which we'll imagine the first pit stop might be, it could be as early as 25-30 minutes, but over 4 mandatory pit stops, 4 hours, you're looking at roughly 45 minutes or so, if you're spreading those out equally. Of course, that is not necessarily going to be the case. So Adrian Chiller at the handle of that wheel. Winners at Paul Ricard is alongside Aguilera and Wiesenberger, the exact same team that took them to victory, not just overall, but in the teams, of course, as well. All the cars, like I said, identical racing. It is the Nova NP02, high-performance prototype. And, Ford V8 engine, and I was going to say quickly stranded, but going again, and that was lucky not to get a car in the rear end. Stranded at the 180 turn 9. And already a pretty tasty battle. Down the inside goes Amaury Bonduelle, and from 10th on the grid, Bonduelle takes the car, the BDR competition, to the top spot. What a start from the silver driver. Romain Carton also silver in the 20. Quick glance at the 99. Starting in 6th position. That's where they stand at the moment. Cindy Goudet in that car, the only female on the grid. I'm just going to double check that. Cindy Goudet. Unmistakable green and black green and black livery of her NP02 car. Only 750 kilograms in weight, these vehicles. Incredibly light, 400 horsepower, so plenty of energy packed under those engines, under those bonnets. So number 3 of Branson, Deleuze and Hoare. It's a DKR engineering car, Luxembourg team, with an American, a Belgian, and a German driver on board. Multinational team, DKR. Oh dear, the 66 is already in. And that is the Hallyday by T2 Racing Team. Swiss team, 9th last time out at Paul Ricard. Sorry, non-classified at Paul Ricard, 9th in qualifying for this race. And I tell you what, Amaury Bonduelle is getting away in the 128. And is Danny Bunchu with him? Let me just double check. Yeah, just a two-man team, silver drivers. They will have big penalties, balance penalties during the pit stops. Two silver drivers. That means they will get a 59-second penalty at each of their 4 mandatory pit stops. It's the reason they need to make up some big ground very early on. They're doing so. That's 23 Events Racing Team. Beautiful move through as well. Here's Alim Geshev. And his driver coach, Jamie Winslow, will be incredibly pleased to see that overtake. He'll take the wheels of that car next. Geshev, a student of James Winslow. That puts him up to 9th position. Now, last time out, in case you didn't see the 6-hour race at Paul Ricard, there was an unfortunate, controversial ending to that race with a malfunction technical issue at the circuit with the refuelling, which meant we finished the race. It was called at 5 hours and 30 minutes. All the cars went back to the pits in the, not quite the middle of the night, but deep into the evening, and never returned back onto the circuit. And it was called as it stood. Hence, NS Motorsport took the win. And one of those that were probably most upset with that result would have been the 23 Events Racing Team car number 1, because they had served all their pit stops and a few others had not. But it's a difficult job being a clerk of the course or a race steward. They make the very difficult decisions, and that is what they felt was in the best interest of the race and the series, and that is how it stands. And I imagine they will want to get some sort of reprieve and get big points on the board here at Magny-Cours. Great move down the inside from the number 23. That's the 23 Events Racing Team, so the sister team of the car number 1. Also pulling off a fantastic move, inspired by Alim Geshev. The lead at the front out to 5 seconds on our timing board. It looks like more than that on the track map. We'll find out in just a moment. Adrian Chiller, the pole sitter, still in 2nd place. Romain Carton in the 20 and 3rd. And Louis Rossi, car number 4, in 4th place. That's a Switch Racing Team. They started in 7th, so made up ground already. And yeah, 6.2 seconds from Bonduelle back to Chiller. 7 seconds back to... sorry, in total, 1 second back further to Carton, 1 more to Rossi. So 2nd to 5th, very tight indeed. Cindy Goudet at the back of that train in the Nagouti competition by M Racing car. Now, across the weekend, or across the series, there will be 4 4-hour races and 2 6-hour races. And nice and easy to remember for the European Endurance Prototype Cup, because their 6-hour races are bookended at the start and the end of the season, so they will not race again for 6 hours. right until Portimao, last race of the year. Current standings in the championship. In the overall, A&S Motorsport, see if they'll win at Paul Ricard. Kojimo Racing are second and third in the championship after their 555 and 154 cars both made the podium. 23 Events Racing with Gashev and Winslow in fourth, and Zosh J4R Project 24 Racing in the car 77. They finished fifth last time out. Then in the team championship, A&S Motorsport on top, Kojimo Racing second, 23 Events Racing in third, Zosh in fourth, and Lamo Racing Car in fifth place. We've also got the Bronze Cup for bronze-only cars. Leading that, Kojimo Racing, 555. FTW Racing in the 500 car, Graf Racing in the number 9, A&S Motorsport in the 72, and CD Sport in the car 30. And there are 6 bronze cars taking part out of the 35 this weekend. Again, that is for bronze-only driver lineups. The rest will have at least one silver, if not more. Maybe we've got platinums coming up later as well. As these drivers come in, we'll bring your names to their attention. Gap is growing at the front to 8 seconds for Omri Bonduel. Omri has an incredible CV, actually. Just even this, or just end of last year, taking part in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo World Finals in Misano in Italy. Took a podium position in one of those races in November. Most recently, Lamborghini Super Trofeo 2025, Italian GT Endurance last year, Winter 6 Hours of Barcelona, where they took a podium place. The Lamborghini Huracan in the World Finals in 2024, 2 pole positions and 1 podium. And then also in 2024, Lamborghini Super Trofeo Europe Pro Class, 5 wins out of 11 races for Amore Bonduel and the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2. But his most successful series ever has probably been the Ultimate Cup Series monoplace, where he raced for Lamo Racing in the Renault 2.0 engine Tartus FR 2.0 car for the single-seater. 21 races, 13 wins. Oh, big spin. And that, oh, can they reverse out that gravel? That is difficult to get out of. It is an absolute pain. It's the car. Was it the 88, the Kojimo Racing team? Yes, it was. It is unfortunate, and I just hope that is not beached. Ideally, we'll get a yellow flag in Sector 3, which we have, and then if we can just get that pushed back a couple of yards, that'll go racing again. We don't want that to have to be recovered. Yes, it was the 88 Kojimo Racing, and we are back underway. Fantastic, that is a relief. That car was running, well, it's near the back now. Nicolas Chartier in that car, losing quite a few places. Qualified in 26th. Neil Yanni is going to be taking up that car later. speak out Neil Yanni when he arrives. But yes, our leader, Amaury Bonduelle, plenty of quality and history and experience behind that wheel. 21 wins to his name across his career. And I make it, this might be his 98th official professional race. And 27 years of age. There we go. There's Alim Gashev in the #1 car. Have won the team championship previously, the 23 events racing team. And this pair in particular did fight for the championship last year. At the wheel, Gashev only started racing a couple of years ago. But started off well. 23-24 Golf Radical Cup, 3rd in the championship. And 2024 Radical World Finals champion. Also taken part in the Dubai 24 in Audi. Oh, we got a safety car. Let me have a look at the little map. What have we got a safety car for? That's very interesting. Early as well. Quick pit for Adrian Chila. He's jumped straight in. Oh, are we green again? Or was that just a strange contrast on that? Well, for the first time this weekend, I've seen a safety car. That is not good news for Amaury Bonduelle, because he had pulled out a 10-second lead. I would not be surprised to see that car pit immediately. Unfortunately, he's about 1/3 of the way around the racetrack. And he's going to be... I've not seen a safety car yet, so... And it doesn't say virtual safety car. We had, in the race yesterday, the 6 hour, we had a few full course yellows, which is an effective safety car, but no eyes yet. Official safety car. They're probably just waiting, of course, for the last car to come through, which currently is the 88, who had the issues, and then they'll pick up the leader, of course. So should see that safety car coming out in just a moment. I would be surprised if Bonduelle didn't come into the pits. There he is, waiting to pick him up. And Bonduelle has, in fact, yes, as suspected. Well, has he or hasn't he? No, he's carried on. I find that really surprising, because you want to save your silver driver. Let me just check their team. Oh, it's irrelevant. They're both silvers, aren't they? Be quiet, Ewan. Both silver. So that is pretty gutting, though. 10-second lead is going to be cut to 0. And they serve 59-second penalties during all of their 4 mandatory pit stops. So all that hard work from 10th on the grid to first position, a 10-second lead, absolutely wiped out. And we still don't know why. I've got no indication of why we have a safety car. Now, I'm just trying to find out some information from in the paddock as to why we've got this safety car, because I have seen no visual evidence whatsoever. The 6-hour race last time out was 50% extra points. Hence, if you look at the championship, you'll see Kojimo racing on 37.5 points. Oh, hang on a sec, that's the Bronze Cup. Let me get back to the right page. A&S Motorsport on 37.5 in the overall ranking. Kojimo on 27. 22.5 for Kojimo car 154. It's the 555 car in second. 23 events racing, 18 points. And Zosh J4R on 15. This weekend it's standard points, so 25 for the win, 18 for second, and matching Formula One racing point system, which is now often the standard. I understand that the crash was, sorry, the safety car, because we've not seen it, but there was an incident with Romain Carton in the car number 20. So fingers crossed everything is okay. That's the DB Autosport team. They were front row of the grid when we started. So that's a really, really unfortunate start to their race. So this might rightly so take a little while. Again, we've not seen the incident. We don't need to. But if it's a tyre wall or anything that needs to be replaced, that can take some time. But first and foremost, safety of the driver, absolutely. We'll bring you some news as soon as we get it. And what we were fantastic at yesterday was getting our pit lane interview. So hopefully someone down in the pit lane is going to speak to one of our drivers or team managers or mechanics. Anybody you can get your hands on. Great to get information from, find out what the tactics might be. Now, of course, if you're a two-driver team and there's four mandatory stops, you've got the option of going 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, swap, 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 swap. Or you could just go, do you know what, I'll do the first 2 hours, you do the second 2 hours. If you've got 3 or 4 drivers, again, do whatever you like. And it isn't really until around about the 3-hour mark that the tactics really start to, you see a visual unfolding of what was planned all along. If, big if, things go to plan. There were definitely last night, half the cars didn't even finish. Things did not go to plan. So Romain Carton was one of our silver drivers, and starting second was in either 3rd or 4th when the incident happened. And they were looking to improve on their 27th place. Was it? Kind of, yeah, 27th place finish at Paul Ricard. They started the weekend wonderfully. So we have lost 2 cars. Oh no, we haven't. No, scratch that. Just pitting the 88. That was the car that had the spin earlier. Nicolas Chartier. Just managed to get it back out onto the track though. Thankfully, just 2 wheels in the gravel, not all 4. That would have been a bit of a disaster. So got it back out on track, and have made their first pit stop as well. And quite surprisingly, not too many cars have pitted under this safety car. Oh, there's the refueling area, by the way. So the cars can come through. There's 3, it was yesterday, 3 refueling stations. Looks like more today. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. See, actually 6, in fact, refueling stations. So cars will come in for mandatory pit stops, and they will come in for refueling pit stops. They won't do them at the same time. Oh, there's even more. There's loads of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 refueling opportunities in the pit lane. It's a lot more than yesterday. Of course, with only 12 cars, we only needed a few. Always got the fire extinguisher on hand as well. Safety first. Now, these aren't quite free pit stops that you would see in Formula 1, where you maybe lose about 23 seconds. Of course, it's only other than endurance racing you get your fuel pit stop, because it is, of course, necessary. And these cars, they get about 100-litre tank there or thereabouts, and that will get them roughly an hour to an hour and 10 minutes of racing. So roughly around about 100 miles or so. So they will need to refuel. If they start on a full tank, they need to refuel 3 times. Of course, going around under a safety car is going to take up a lot less fuel than going at racing speed. So add to that your 4 mandatory pit stops. So you see most cars doing somewhere around 7, minimum 8 pit stops, possibly up to 10. So as it stands behind the safety car, Amaury Bonduelle in the 128 BDR competition car, Louis Rossi in the number 4 Switch Racing, and Anthony Nara in the 74 is the BDR competition car. But all 3 of those I've just mentioned have come to fuel, and that is a bit unlucky, because going in for refueling and has decided, will he bother? That is gutting. He stole his fuel pump. So we'll have to go around again and come back in. Under the safety car, not going to lose too much time, but that is, was that a bit cheeky, or was that just both of them going for the second fuel pump? I mean, they were the first 3 cars in order behind the safety car, so it should have just been a fairly straightforward, go to the first 3 fuel pumps. Bring the whole family along, but definitely those ear protectors, incredibly valuable this weekend for little ears. And thankfully for the drivers, I mean, yesterday, in all races, they all mentioned the heat, of course, that's been engulfing most of Europe for the last week or so. But today, the cloud cover will offer great relief. And for the time being, at least, after all these pit stops, our pole sitter, Adrian Chila, finds himself back in P1, or at least he did. He went into the pits. So he won't be, actually. So it looks like Cindy Goudet is your new, for the time being, leader of the race in the Green 99 Naguti competition by M Racing Car. They're one of the smallest teams on the grid, Naguti. Now, Cindy is, on paper here, a bronze driver, but she has been silver in the past. A regular GT4 car driver. In fact, yeah, last year she was doing a GT4 European Series in Rafa Toyota. But I think second season in the prototype. Let me find out, we've got time. Yeah, she's been racing a fair amount of time. We can go back to 2015. She was in the French Championship, Female Championship. In the last few years, GT European Series, or GT4 with TGR team. One podium in the Toyota GR Supra GT4 Evo. Taking a podium in Ligier in the Light European Series in the same year. And last year, yeah, last year was her first year with this team in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Just racing in 2 of the 6 rounds. Yeah, and also last year, GT4 European Series, Ligier European Series. Also this year, scheduled for the Alpine Elf Cup Series. That's 135 races under her belt. With 23 podiums. And now she leads through 37 minutes under the safety car of round 2 of our Prototype Cup race. So more cars refueling. Second place right now, Alim Gashev in the 23 events racing team. Jamie Winslow will be watching on, or James Winslow will be watching on. It's his driver, coach and teammate. Won the team championship last year, the 23 events racing outfits. And in third place, Frederic Morel in the 777, the Lamo racing car. 6th last time out at Paul Ricard, qualified 16th yesterday. But I think all the positions right now, take it all with a pinch of salt. We don't know how long we're going to be under safety car conditions. I understand that Romain Carton is okay. The car is not. Always nice to get a little glance down into the garages, see what they're up to. All of them checking their phones. Very happy to be on camera. Love it. Waiting for some work to do. So if you just joined us, we are under safety car conditions for about 20 minutes now. There was an incident with the car number 20. It's the DB Autosport under the wheel of Romain Carton at the time. Had a bit of a bump at turn 3, we understand. We haven't seen it. Understand the driver is okay. The car is less so. But the likelihood is...
Exactement, Bertrand, avec Dany Bonchou. Bonjour Dany, donc on l'a dit à l'instant, un très bon départ de votre voiture qui occupait la tête pendant les premières minutes avant cette interruption safety car. Comment vous analysez ce premier relais entre guillemets?
Eh bah, effectivement, super départ d'Amaury. Il a pris la tête, il me semble, dans le 2e ou 3e tour. En partant de la 10e position, donc vraiment excellent départ. Ensuite, il a réussi à prendre 10 secondes d'avance sur le concurrent en 2e position, donc franchement, c'était le scénario idéal. En tant qu'équipage full silver, c'était un petit peu le but, quoi, d'essayer de jouer la track position dès le début et puis de creuser l'écart avec les autres. Malheureusement, la safety car, là, pour nous, c'est pas optimal parce que tout le gain qu'on avait gagné, forcément, maintenant, il est réduit à quasiment 0, vu que les voitures se regroupent. Bon, au moins, on n'a pas eu de problème au pit stop pour mettre l'essence. Ça, c'est une bonne chose parce qu'il y avait beaucoup de monde qui se jetait au refueling. Il fallait faire attention à ça. Heureusement, voilà, là on a de l'essence. Forcément, on a reculé dans le classement, mais en tout cas, pour le long terme, on est dans une bonne position. Et puis, on verra bien comment ça va se passer, mais très bon début de course.
Justement, une stratégie un petit peu décalée. On refuel maintenant, on profite de ce safety car pour pousser les relais un peu plus longtemps et remonter au classement. Pousser voilà, au maximum, ça va être un petit peu la stratégie.
Oui, bah ouais, forcément. Là, comme j'ai dit avant, bah, on est passé au fuel sans trop de problèmes. Et puis là, le but, c'est de tirer au match, essayer de, pourquoi pas, reprendre des opportunités s'il y en a. Et puis, ouais, confiant.
Prenez le relais dans combien de temps?
Difficile à dire, ça dépend forcément de comment ça se présente avec la safety car. Je sais que le mur de pneus était pas mal endommagé, donc ça peut prendre encore un petit moment, mais en tout cas dans pas très longtemps.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci à vous.
We are back on track, and I feel like everybody now who needed to refuel has had a refuel, and there will be very few, if any, more. We are in processional procedure now. Still plenty of smiles down in the garages. Safety car is coming in this lap. Safety car is coming in this lap. Okay, I imagine we might see a lot of driver changes now.
Bonjour Loris, on vient de voir un instant que la procédure de safety car est terminée, donc on va pouvoir reprendre la course. Vous êtes 3e du classement à l'heure actuelle, vous êtes parti 16e. Bon début de course, comment on pourrait le qualifier?
Bah, c'est vrai que ça a été un début de course assez sportif. Frédéric a fait un bon relais malgré le paquet, il a bien roulé. Maintenant, il y a eu cette procédure de safety car qui a été assez longue. Nous, ça nous a permis de remonter au classement avec le jeu des gens qui sont rentrés au box. Maintenant, l'objectif, c'est de perdre le moins de temps possible durant les prochaines heures de course pour que quand je monte dans la voiture, l'objectif sera d'essayer de me battre pour, on espère, rester à cette même place, voire mieux, mais en tout cas tout donner pour aller chercher le meilleur résultat possible.
Vous disiez à l'instant, il y a cette question du trafic qui va être importante. On est sur un circuit moins large, au Castellet notamment. Donc le maître mot, ça sera justement de prendre son temps. Alors pour un pilote, prendre son temps, c'est un petit peu bête à dire, mais voilà, il ne faudra pas se précipiter sur les dépassements parce qu'on sait que certains retardataires ne pourront peut-être pas vous voir et ça pourrait causer un petit accrochage un petit peu bête.
C'est sûr que MAGNY-COURS par rapport au Castellet, c'est pas du tout la même configuration. Les bacs sont très proches de la piste. Il y a beaucoup de virages rapides où quand on suit, on sait très bien qu'avec l'effet aéro, on aura plus de peine à suivre. Donc c'est vrai qu'il faut vraiment bien préparer ces dépassements et saisir les opportunités qui se présenteront pour vraiment espérer faire des choses propres.
Prenez votre premier relais dans combien de temps?
Normalement, moi, je finis la course. Donc, pour l'instant, je ne saurais pas encore vous dire précisément, mais ce sera en fin de course.
Ce sera à vous la lourde tâche de ramener la voiture à l'arrivée sous le drapeau à damier.
Exactement, c'est ça.
Merci beaucoup, Loris.
Merci à vous.
We are back racing. We've got a fight between Cindy Goudet, your leader in the 99, and Alan Gishev in the 23 Events Racing Team car number 1. Gishev looking for options left and right, did touch the grass, lost a couple of tenths of a second. So Cindy Goudet is your official leader in the 99 Nagouti competition by M Racing Car. And we are back racing in anger. Behind them, the silver driver in the top 6 is Gregory Sages in the number 24 Lamo Racing Car. Keep an eye out for him. Geshev patient this time as they make their way around the Chateau d'Eau. And I just think at the end of this lap, a few cars are going to take the option of doing a driver changeover. But maybe they're enjoying far too much racing again. Geshev has a little look towards the inside, doesn't go for it. Here's our first pit stop for the car number 3. That is John Brownson, the American, in the DKR engineering vehicle. And that will be a driver change. Let's get back to the front, enjoy this racing. The first of many driver changes coming up. We're 50 minutes almost into this race. It's scheduled now for driver change. Unless you're a two-man team and you're doing a full half and half stint.
Du coup, je suis juste devant cette voiture du DKR Racing numéro 3. On a changé de pilote. On est en train de l'installer dans les dernières secondes de ce ravitaillement. On vérifie s'il y a les pontons qui sont clean, pas de gravier ou autre chose qui pourrait perturber l'entrée d'air dans ce prototype. Le moteur repart et dans quelques instants, cette voiture va pouvoir rejoindre la piste. Dernière vérification sur le dashboard. Ça va repartir pour ce prototype DKR Engineering.
Back to the front, still Cindy Goudet, still Alem Geshev. And Gregory Segers, our silver driver, from 4th into 3rd in the pink and silver. That's the Lamo racing car. He is the one to watch, the silver driver, the only one in the top 10 currently. She is looking pretty good, isn't she? Alem Geshev, who was attacking first position, now needs to defend second. Oh dear, the 77. It's the Zosh J4R Project 24 car. Who, running in the team championship, Zosh. Fifth overall last time out too. So fingers crossed, the Zosh team can do a little bit of work. We did see it yesterday in the 6 hours. The cars went into the garage for about 5 minutes or so, rolled backwards unceremoniously, but did manage to get back out on track. So this is further down the order from about 10th place onwards. Huge battles going on. As the first half a dozen to 10 get away. As expected, plenty of driver changes taking place. Oh, he's got through. Alem Geshev has got past Cindy Goudet. And Quentin Basora, sorry, Amaury Bonduel might get through as well.
On est bien sur le hunt? Pardon? On est bien sur le hunt? Ouais, tu peux y aller, Allez, je te resserre. La radio, c'est bon? Ouais.
Oh, and that car looks in trouble. That is something very broken at the rear of that car. Thankfully no fluid being dropped by the looks of things. Right, back to the front, Alim Geshev in the #1 car, leading the way, fending off Cindy Goudet and Gregory Segers in the 99, the Guti competition car and Lamo Racing. So finally Geshev got through, and always pulling away. He was patient, had to wait, eventually got it done and kicked on. Cindy Goudet just holding off Segers. And Cindy is doing a fantastic job, because she was a silver driver. She's bronze officially now, but she has been a silver driver before. So maybe we shouldn't be too surprised. But Gregory Segers in the 24 is just going to have to keep chipping away at this. And still, she fends him off. And this little battle is letting Michael Jensen, the bronze driver in the CD Sport car, that is a Bronze Cup team too, all bronze car in the 30. Alim Geshev is working his way up the field. It's almost a 3-second lead now. Here comes Segers. Tries to go around the outside. Will he get the up and under? No, not gets them done. Let's just keep eyes on this race. We don't get many like this in 4-hour racing. We don't want to take our eyes off it. This is wonderful defending from Cindy Goudet. And there's another spin out. And just about pulling away cleanly. Say just about.
Oui, je suis juste devant la voiture numéro 13 du Switch Racing qui est rentré au stand à la suite d'un problème sur l'avant. Vous voyez là les mécaniciens qui s'affairent à réparer l'ensemble du capot avant ainsi que de la partie du châssis qui compose ces prototypes qui est endommagé. Le mécanicien qui est en train de dévisser à l'instant. Ça n'a pas l'air méchant comme réparation. Et alors je n'arrive pas à voir qui était à bord de cette voiture. En tout cas le pilote reste à l'intérieur. C'est Romano Ricci qui était à l'intérieur de cette voiture. Et on va remplacer la moustache avant et remettre le capot juste derrière pour repartir. À la suite d'une sortie de piste lors des tours précédents. On en profite également pour vérifier s'il n'y a rien d'autre qui potentiellement pourrait poser problème sur cette voiture. C'est bien Romano Ricci qui attend patiemment. Et c'est toujours délicat d'avoir ce type de problème. En tout cas, la voiture n'est pas trop endommagée. On va dans pas longtemps, je pense, remettre le capot et la voiture va pouvoir repartir. Et ça y est, on vient d'amener le capot. On resserre la partie en carbone qui sera juste en dessous de ce capot. Allez, ça y est, on va remettre le capot de la numéro 13. On va brancher les capteurs, vous le voyez, pour les phares. Alors, on va clipser le capot avec l'aide d'un petit peu de coup de pied. Vérifier que tout fonctionne bien, que tout est bien attaché. Allez, ça y est, on va pouvoir redémarrer le moteur de cette NP02 et Romano Ricci va pouvoir en partir.
So an extended pit stop for the number 13 Switch Racing team. So I'm not sure that was a brand new front bumper that went on. Well, it's more than a bumper, it's a whole front end, isn't it? Or just something being fixed underneath it. But they did qualify in 12th position with Ricci, Lopez, Caserato and Hernandez. But they have dropped right down the pecking order to 32nd place now. Out in front, still Alim Geshev leads by 4.6 seconds over Cindy Goudet. And the race that was happening was involved the 24. Again, that's went for a pit stop. New driver Alexandro Leroy in that car now. And just one pit stop dropped them from 2nd to 23rd. Right now, the pit stops are absolutely vital. We are approaching 1 hour into this race. It doesn't feel like we've had 1 hour of racing because, quite frankly, we haven't. Around 30 minutes under the safety car. And then finally, about 5 minutes ago, we started to get some action. Geshev, Goudet, battling for the #1 spot once the safety car came in. Greg Seegers enjoyed some time battling for P1-2 and then decided it was his turn to make a pit stop. Quentin Joseph has just his 3rd track limits infringement anymore. That'll be penalty. You can get away with 3, but then the penalties come thick and fast. DB Autosport car 21, currently rolling around in 5th place. Quentin Basora on board, being chased by Owen Robert Prince, Swiss driver in the 386. "23 Events Racing extend their lead to well beyond 5.5 seconds. Then just 1 second back, Michael Jensen to Cindy Goudet. And this fight for 5th and 6th. This is the closest race we have on track, half a second between them. Just saw a glimpse of Erwin Creed in 4th. Ah, that's the 77.
Alors je viens à l'instant d'arriver sur le paddock. C'est un petit peu l'activité. On est en train de remettre à l'instant le capot moteur. Cette voiture qui a été impliquée dans un accrochage avec la numéro 95 en début de course. En tout cas, il y a un pilote qui s'est réinstallé dans la voiture et je vous reprends dans 2 petites secondes avec un pilote qui m'explique précisément ce qui s'est passé.
Now, it must be mentioned that the top 3 cars right now the only three not to make a pit stop yet. Oh, another midway staller. That's the 777. The Lamo racing car. And are we going to see the 66 back out on track? It looks like it, doesn't it? Yes, we are. Well done, girls and boys, in that garage. So the top three cars yet to pit: Geshev, Goudet and Jensen. It's not going anywhere yet. It's out the garage. Don't forget to put the wheels on, guys. Do not drop those hydraulics just yet.
Yes, with Marc Bassin from this car number 66. Hello, Marc. Can you tell me what happened with this car?
Yeah, we had unfortunately a crash in lap number 4 and a hairpin. My teammate Mitchell was hit. We don't know which car it was, really bad on the rear suspension, so the suspension was completely bent. So we had to repair the car in the box now for nearly 1 hour. But we want to continue real sportsmanship. We want to use it as a test. And yeah, it's really unlucky in a 4-hour race to get hit in the 4th lap, but that's racing.
Yeah, you said that's racing, but the race is not finished, so what can you hope for the end of this race?
We cannot hope for any kind of result. It's just really like a test now, because we had in Paul Ricard already a DNF with an oil pipe which broke. So we just want to do the race now to the finish, and then, you know, after that you can count a little bit and calculate so what was theoretically possible to be prepared for the next weekend.
Thank you, Marc.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely gutting. They qualified in 9th position, the Hegel by T2 racing team. Unfortunate incident in the opening couple of laps, and they've been off the track for, I think it's an hour now, which is, yeah, we're 2 hours 55 to run, 1 hour 5 down. And that is not good for the 23 Events Racing team, sister car of the number 1, rolling round, and that is only halfway around the track between turns 10 and 11. And that is going to be a long drive back to the garage, unfortunately. They were running in 11th place. That may have been actual recorded footage, because that garage is now back in the car on my tracker. There's your leader, though, no doubt about that. Up to 6.4 seconds, the lead for Alim Geshev. I've got a feeling he might be going long with a two-man team. Him and Jamie Winslow might be sharing 2 hours, 2 hours. Lovely racing here for 8th, 9th and 10th. Jens Pettersson in the 22, Jean-Marie Clavord in the 28, and Gwynel Delamere in the 95. Here's some highlights then, just after our first hour racing. It was a busy start-finish straight. Plenty of action going on. Fans getting up close and personal with the cars and the drivers. But it was our pole sitter, Adrian Chila in the NS Motorsport Team car number 6, that got away the fastest. And there were incidents. It wasn't all plain sailing throughout for every car. We've just seen the car 66 that had contact in the opening couple of laps. They've been in the garage for almost an hour now, still no wheels on that car. They're going to try and get out for a little bit of practice session before rain number 3 at Mugello in a month's time. So quite early on, got a bit of action. But then it was a safety car after about 20 minutes that caused the entire field to bunch up. And we spent about 30 minutes in the end under that safety car before we decided to go racing again. Thankfully, Romain Carton in the car number 20, he was fine. However, the car, it was terminal damage, so they got some repair work to do before round 3 in July. Again, there was a few stops and starts here and there. But otherwise, other than the one accident, has been fairly consistent racing. And after all was said and done with the safety car, it was Cindy Goudet, Alim Geshev, and the Car 24 Lamo Racing that provided all the action, whilst there was plenty of pit stops going on too. But up and down the field, we've seen plenty going. That is Alim Geshev. A wonderful move down the inside. That was when they initially took the lead, taken over the Car 21, the DB Autosport team. So that was before the safety car, forgive me. There was Cindy Goudet in the green, who eventually would take the lead later on. She's currently lying in second position, with Alim Geshev extending his lead, currently just beyond 6 seconds. We have 6 Bronze Car Cup teams in action across the 35 starters. There's 33 that are still going at the moment. You've seen the 66 and the 20 pull into the bits. In fact, the 77 too. And Robin Arnold on board at the time. That's the Zosh J4R project team, who had a great start to the season, 5th at Paul Ricard, but not going their way in the central French region around Nevers and MAGNY-COURS. And then we had our safety car, which stayed on track for approximately 25-30 minutes due to the incidents at turn 3 with Romain Carton. And the DB Autosport team, again, he was absolutely fine himself. The car will not be returning to track. So we rolled around, plenty of cars taking the time to refuel. And then we were so long under the safety car that eventually everybody had refueled. There were a couple of fun incidents during refueling. 2 cars going for the same fueling station at one point. And after the pit stops, it was Cindy Goudet who would lead them away. Alim Geshev close behind. And the silver driver, Greg Seegers, would find himself in 3rd position. And they would provide the great entertainment when the safety car eventually went in. And then we went racing again. Cindy Goudet, for a good few laps, holding off Alim Geshev and Greg Seegers. And once we went racing, that was the chance for many to start their, or restart their pitting strategies. Cindy Goudet looked in control of the 99 car. The Nagati competition by M Racing, one of the smaller teams in the paddock. Eventually, Alam-Geshev would get by. Greg Seegers was getting close, but then pitted. There was a little bit of a coming together. That's where Geshev got through. And there might be a tiny bit of damage on those two vehicles. Another spin out, but kept things on the track. So other than one incident, it's been a fairly clean race so far. That was Seegers trying to get past Cindy Goudet. And eventually Seegers would pit to let Cindy Goudet crack on in her pursuit of Alam-Geshev, who is now down to 4 seconds. It was 6, it's down to 4. And she has got a 6-second advantage over third place, Michael Jensen. However, the big caveat here, it's a big one. The top 3 cars on track have not pitted. The only 3 not to pit so far. And that will change the order later on when that happens. Mandatory 4 pit stops. And they'll do some refueling as well. So don't be surprised to see each car come in 7 or 8 times. What they have done under the safety car is save some fuel, rolling round at about half speed. Might not be enough to save a full refuel, or at least the refuel pit stop probably won't require a full top up. So at the moment, Alam-Geshev leads over Cindy Goudet by 3.5 seconds. Michael Jensen in third for the CD Sport bronze car team. Owen Creed and Robert Prince are 4th and 5th. We are 1 hour, 15 minutes into this 4-hour round number 2 race at the European Endurance Prototype Cup at MAGNY-COURS. Welcome back for, let's call it part 2 of round 2 at the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Coming to you live from MAGNY-COURS. The sun over the last week has relented. We thankfully have some cloud cover. So we are in the centre of France. MAGNY-COURS, host of Formula 1 for 2 decades, 4.4 kilometre circuit, well 2.7 miles, 17 turns. Notably, famously, difficult circuit to overtake on, and this weekend playing host to the Ultimate Cup Series, Prototype Cup, GT Endurance Cup, Formula, Ligier Formula Cup, and the GT Sprint Cup. And our headline race of the day is the 4-hour Endurance Prototype Cup race. We are 1 hour and 20 minutes in. Let's go down to the pits.
Yes, with Alistair Young, driver on the 4th car from Switch Racing. Good morning, Alistair. Can you sum up a little bit the race from your side?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, team's done a good job to get the car in a position to receive some results. Obviously, we're not even halfway, so it's a long ways to go, but Lou's been driving really well. Was in the top 3 before the safety car. Safety car made things a bit more difficult for people, for sure. But you know, we're back in it. We're back in the top 10 net, I think. We just got to take our opportunities. Look for the yellows because there's a lot of incidents happening. And of course, I hope the driver's okay after that big incident in the first hour. So yeah, it's a lot going on, but we'll see more clarity in the next hour.
Yeah, we saw a strong space by Louis Rossi at the beginning of the race. It was P4. And some traffic jam at the fuel at the safety car. You're going to take the second stint after Louis Rossi. What's going to be your strategy?
I can't reveal too much about the strategy, but it's going to be a lot of pushing, and yeah, I just can't wait to hop in, relieve Louis. He's done a great job already, and he's got a bit more to go. So yeah, we just got to keep our fingers crossed, keep taking the opportunities as they come. And yeah, we'll see what happens.
Thank you very much, Alistair.
My pleasure. Thank you.
That was young Malaysian driver Alistair Young, part of the Switch Racing team, car number 4, qualified in 7th position. Round 1, 15th at Paul Ricard. And as he said there, they're in 11th on track, but net top 10. Cindy Goudet has finally pitted from 2nd place. So Alain Geshev will lead for the time being, and he will be the last car on track yet to pit. And now, considering some cars in 7th, 8th and 9th and 10th position, they've already pitted twice. So Alain Geshev so far has not even refueled, so he must be running close to empty. Yes, these cars go for 1 hour 10 minutes at full pelt, and we did spend about half an hour under the safety car, which would have used a lot less fuel than racing. So we are 1 minute 22 in. That tank must be getting pretty low, you'd imagine. And as a bronze-silver pairing leading there, penalty, balance penalty is going to be 31 seconds per mandatory pit stop. The 4 they've got to do mandatory. Then throw in your refueling there as well. Probably 3 of those. They might get away with 3 today. Thought it might have been 4. 3 should be fine if you start on a full tank, especially with the safety car. Yeah, three's going to be good, surely. Although I feel like Geshev was trying to get away with maybe 1. You will need plenty more safety cars. Fingers crossed that is not the case for that to happen. We are starting to rack up some track limit infringements now across the world. I won't bring them all to you because they flash up all the time on a couple of the screens that I've got, but if we get to 3rd infringement, that's where we start getting a little bit dangerous, and you're allowed 3, and beyond that you start getting your penalties. Lovely move up the inside from the number 13. That is the Switch Racing sister car of the number 4. And that is a refueling for Cindy Goudet. So maybe she's staying in the car then. let me try and see. Yeah, I think she has stayed in the car. So just a refuel for Cindy. They are a 3-person team this weekend. Should be handing over at some point to Alban Noguchi. No, hang on. Yeah, Noguchi or Martin Lachman. Qualified in 6th place. Finished round 1 in 10th. And there is your leader on track. Now leading by, let me get this right, it's going to be about 15 seconds, is it? Find out in just a moment. 16.345, wasn't far away. And with a pit stop to come, so they're going to be net maybe once Geshev comes in from mandatory refuel is going to be, we'll stay in the top 10 most definitely. Maybe round 5 or 6th. We shall see. This is all speculation at the minute. And this is where, you're speaking to Alistair Young there, and we're talking about tactics and mathematics comes into play. What do we need to do? We know how long our pit stops are going to be if they go well. We know how often we need to pit, refuel. And teams will have a really good idea. And we can only plan on things going to plan of where they'll come out after each pit stop, and they'll start. But like a game of chess, you work about 6 or 7 moves ahead of you. 3rd track limits infringement for car number 30, which is the CD Sport bronze car. Currently 18th on track. Running in 2nd place, Erwin Creed. 16 seconds back of Adam Geshev. And will be leader soon, because I can't see how Geshev can continue to lap without refueling. Every team from 6th down has had 2 pit stops so far. Now, I made an error earlier. I called the 23 car as the one that was rolling around slowly. It wasn't, it was the 27 of Max Maurice. So a correction there from about half an hour ago. And finally, the number 1 car of 23 Events Racing Team, Alain Geshev, has pitted. And will that be a refuel, or is that? I don't think that'll be a driver change yet. Last season they did half and halves on the 4-hour races. I think that might be repeated. But one of their pit stops done, and this will... Where's it going to drop them down to? I predicted 6th or 7th. They'll stay inside the top 10. I think. We'll see. So on track, Erwin Creed, your new leader, bronze driver in the 154 Kojimo racing car. They started second row of the grid and finished third overall last time out. So they're third in the team championship. Actually first in the team championship because their cars finished second and third at Paul Ricard. So officially your leader on track now, Erwin Creed. So it looks like it is one of their mandatory stops for 23 events racing car number 1. One hour, 30 minutes completed of our 4-hour round 2 race at Magny-Cours. And only the beginning of the story being told. Third and fourth of all pitted. Jens Petersen is in from third in the car number 22. That's the DB Autosport car. Ligier is out of the pit, still in the car. Every team has now made a pit stop, at least one. In fact, there's only 5 cars that have made just one pit stop. The rest are 2 and above. The car number 17 of Southern, they're in 17th position. I was looking for a car number, there is no car 17. Car number 7 of Extreme Limit. They have pitted 5 times so far. And they're in 17th place. So they've done remarkably well to be that high up the standing with that many trips into the garages. And my maths was a little bit out because 23 events, car number 1 will drop outside the top 10 for the time being. And you could say your net leader, Jens Petersen, going into the pits, safe for the second time. All 3 cars in front of them have not pitted yet. That's Erwin Creed, Quentin Basora, Nicolas Chartier. In the 154 for Kojimo Racing, 21. One of the 3 DB Autosport cars here this weekend, and the 88, the Kojimo Racing team, one of their pair of cars. In fact, Kojimo 4 cars this weekend, isn't it? Of course it is. 88, 154, 386 and 555. And that's why they do so well in the team rankings, top 2 team point scoring. Or counting towards the results. And there is the other DB Autosport by MB Performance team car. Carvalho, Petersen and Payen at the wheel this weekend. Top 2 cars have pitted. Erwin Creed and Quentin Basora both in the pits, the 154 and the 21, which will move Nicolas Chartier, the number 88, into the on-track lead for Kojimo Racing. thoroughly strapped into these cars, aren't they? And with the helmet on, not a lot supposed to move around, to be perfectly honest. So, let's say nip and tuck in there. Cozy. Nicolas Chartier is your leader on the 88 car of Kojimo Racing, the current top of the team standings championship, courtesy of a second and third double podium at Paul Ricard. For the first time, I believe today, second place currently for Kojimo Racing 386. So top two spots for Kojimo. SKR Performance by Graf in third with Vincent Capillier at the wheel, silver driver. He's just 3 seconds back of with Church in second. Silver be bronze. There's only generally one outcome to those. There is only 5 seconds between second and fourth on track. You can see how busy it is. Now, with 35 cars on track, it's always going to be busy at pinch points. There's a replay of something. Not sure what, though. Late move up the inside. No, has to back off. That was Michael Jensen having a go in the Bronze Cup on the back of Dennis Caillon in the 555. Now our race leader, Nicolas Chartier, has just had third track limit infringement notice. One more of those, he gets a penalty. He's got a 50-second lead, but he's only pitted once, so he's net probably back. Oh, it's ever so close, you know. We're back in the top 10 still. Every car from second down to 10th, has pitted twice. Makes it nice and easy for us when we're watching on screen, because from 2nd down to 10th, there's probably only 25 seconds between them, with Laurent Wythchurch leading in the 386. The real battle on track right now is for 3rd and 4th. 0.2 of a second between Vincent Capillier in the 57 and Alvarez in the 154. There is Laurent Wythchurch, rolling round in net 1st place once Nicolas Chartier pits in the 88. Sébastien Alvarez has got past Vincent Capillier for 3rd place. They're both silver drivers. And Wythchurch's lead now, last time round, was only 3 seconds, but it looks like more than that on track. Now let's try and get a look behind. Pull out a bit, pull out a bit. No. There is a car behind him, only a couple of seconds back. There he is, just a glimpse. So behind him is Sébastien Alvarez in the 154. That is the Kojimo Racing team. So they are Kojimo in 2nd and 3rd with Wythchurch and Alvarez. And now they are very close to each other. He's not going to let his teammate pass him, surely? So Kojimo right there, 2nd and 3rd. Bit further back, Vincent Capillier in the 57. It's the SKR Performance by Graph team. But these two now could just work together if that's their plan. I just wonder, he is catching fast. I mean, they're both silver drivers. Is this a tactic to let him past and crack on up the road? I can't see why. They've both pitted twice. They are net 1st and 2nd, although 2nd and 3rd on track until Nicolas Chartier pits. Looks like they've let them go racing, haven't they? This is good fun. No team orders in the Kojimo Racing garage. And just wonder now if Sébastien Alvarez will start to gap Laurent Wythchurch. It's the Mexican versus the Swiss in the French team. Right, now that battle is settled for now. We can look elsewhere. Just checking, yeah, the kind of one is pitted for a second time. It's still Alim Geshev at the wheel. So that must be a mandatory and a refuel done. Elsewhere, our pole sitter, number 6, currently under the tutelage or driver Packard Wiesenberger. They have had 4 stops now in that car, so this is a bit of an they're in 18th, 19th, 20th, they're dropping down there just on that outlap, dropping down, but they have had 2 more pit stops than those at the front, as Nicolas Chartier does finally come in for his second stop in the Kojimo racing car. So it's Kojimo 1, 2, 3, which is quite incredible, isn't it? Considering all 3 cars should be on fairly different tactics.
Here with
Kojimo,
Nicolas Prost, driver of the car, 1:54. Nicolas, in front of the race, the gaps are very closed. You're still battling to get the first position. Tell us a few words about the beginning of the race with the safety car procedure. It's going to be a tough and long race.
Yeah, I mean, we know the whole field is very, very tight. And also, you know, with the mandatory and also the penalties and the handicaps, we know it's going to be a tight race, even with some of the bronze teams. So the safety car, I think we played it quite well. But, you know, it's always the same. At the middle of the race, you know you're more or less there, but it's very hard to tell exactly where we are. So, you know, anyway, the pace is really good right now. So we keep pushing, and then we'll see where we end up.
The weather conditions are quite different from the beginning of the week. It's different from the qualifications. So tell us about these weather conditions on the track.
Yeah, obviously it was very, very hot during the last 3 days. Now it's a bit cooler, so I think everybody, the setups are maybe working a bit better for everyone. But again, you know, it was not so easy yesterday night to know. We knew it was going to be colder. So far it looks not too bad what we did, the decisions we made.
Thank you, Nicolas.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Nicolas, son of Alain Prost, 4-time Formula 1 world champion. Has raced in the Formula E with 3 wins between 2014 and 15. FIA World Endurance Championship with 4 wins also. And one of our, is it one of 2 platinum drivers, let me just double check that, on the grid. Or am I thinking of the GT Endurance Championship? Oh yeah, Neil Yanni, of course. Other platinum drive, just 2 of them. Wait till they grab the wheels of their cars. Everything will change. Also a class winner in the 24 Hour of Le Mans, Nicolas Prost. So after that pit stop, your former leaders, Nicolas Chartier, will move down to just inside the top 10. I think they might stay in 8th, actually. So Sebastian Alvarez for Kojimo is now pitting himself for a 3rd time in the 154 Kojimo, and Vincent Capillier will lead in the 57 Kojimo. 57 SKR performance by Graf, sorry, my bad. Paul Trajani in the 21 next for the DB Autosport car. So shortly, Vincent Capillier in the 57 will be our race leader. I think that's the first time SKR have led the race today. Thierry Petit in the car number 70. It's the Zosch Naif car in the Bronze Cup. And then we're going to go back down to the garage in front of the interview.
Avec
Fantastic.
Cindy Gudet, la pilote du team Nerguti Compétition, qui a fait un début de course, qui a déjà terminé son relais, qui a profité même d'un début de course à votre avantage, avec quelques tours également en tête de course. Cindy, un bilan de ce relais. Maintenant, vous allez regarder vos coéquipiers, c'est de faire le boulot comme vous l'avez fait.
Ouais, le bilan il reste plutôt positif. L'objectif c'était pendant mon heure et demie de roulage d'essayer de garder le contact avec la tête de la course, donc je pense que c'est plutôt réussi. Après j'ai encore plein de choses à travailler, les relances de safety car, la mise en chauffe, etc. où là mon concurrent m'a dépassé, mais par contre je suis assez contente de mon rythme ensuite parce que je remontais bien dessus. Maintenant après oui, effectivement il y a eu des stratégies aussi un petit peu décalées, donc ce qui fait qu'on est rentré deuxième, mais voilà, j'ai bon espoir, la voiture va très bien, l'équipe a fait un travail superbe sur la voiture parce que franchement on a une voiture qui est vraiment géniale à conduire, donc maintenant on croise les doigts pour la suite et j'ai confiance en Martin Alban pour aller chercher un bon résultat.
Qu'est-ce qui vous a surpris là sur ce début de course, que ce soit les conditions, peut-être également beaucoup de faits de course qui ont eu lieu sur les premières minutes de course? Est-ce que vous avez été justement surpris par quelque chose?
C'est vrai qu'il fait beaucoup moins chaud que ces derniers jours, donc le comportement de la voiture est un petit peu différent. Pour nous, il est même un peu plus positif, je dirais, que les derniers jours, mais je pense que ça doit être un avis certainement général. Après, j'espère vraiment, alors j'ai une grosse pensée pour Romain Carton, j'espère que tout va bien parce que c'est assez effrayant et on n'aime pas du tout voir ça en course. Donc voilà, c'est vrai que le safety car a été assez long, c'était assez dur de garder les pneus en température, donc je pense que c'est ce qui a fait la différence en ma défaveur ensuite en relance. Mais voilà, en tout cas, je suis plutôt contente quand même de où on se trouve et voilà, je remercie vraiment tout le monde.
Merci beaucoup Cindy.
Avec plaisir.
Cindy Said. She took advantage with the safety car procedure to get the first position and lead the race during few laps. So now she hopes his teammates made a good job for the end of the race.
And that's what she said. That's what I thought she said. So under the safety car, Cindy Gudet led, and then for several laps afterwards too. And they're currently in 8th position, the 99 car from the Guti competition by M Racing. Martin Lackerman at the wheel right now. Race leader Vincent Capillier for SKR Performance by Graf. If we look back to race number 1, they were top 10, 9th place finish at Paul Ricard. And the two cars behind, the 70 Zosch Naif car and the 21 DB Autosport have both pitted, which means, oh, Vincent's in as well. They've all come in. The top 3 have all come in or on the way out of the pit. So once again, this will all change. And I've got a feeling that Kojimo will find themselves back on top with the 88 car. And all of a sudden, the 99, we've just spoken to Cindy Gudet and the Guti competition team. They're back up to 5th and likely even higher, although 2 pit stops for them. I am blown away, Ryan, get this. In 10th place, the car number 7, Extreme Limit car. Currently, bronze driver Sean Haig Sakisan at the wheel. they have pitted 7 times. 7 times. And that's 4 more than anybody else in the top 15. How on earth are they in 10th place? They did finish, they were 7th place last time out at Paul Ricard. Although it was a different driver lineup. It was Lucas Tailman and Victor Bernier. And this time out, it's Bernier and... where's he gone? Sakasan. So Loeb's car, 6 cars in the pits right now. There's one of them. And that is the car of Alim Geshev in the number 1. So they've gone from 0 pit stops to 3 fairly quickly. They are back up into 5th position as all these pit stops just sort of work their way round. They were 14th about 10 minutes ago. But that's their 3rd, so they're back up onto level terms with those that have had multiple pit stops. They will fall down again over the next few minutes as cars around them lap again. And I think who we were speaking to earlier, Nicolas Prost, that said, you know, until like the last hour, you can't really know where you are. You can have a good guess, but until the cards fall into place, it is all predictions and mathematics. We are approaching halfway mark of this race, 2 hours down just about. So only now can we start to piece together bits of the puzzle and say, okay, they are doing well. It's a nice race between 4, not necessarily for on-track position, but great to see them coming together. Those cars is Matan Lackerman, who's running in 3rd, so doesn't want to get into too much of a messy fight with any cars elsewhere on track. Jamie Winslow is now at the wheel of the car number 1, and I think he'll be there for the entire race now because Alim Geshev has done a 2-hour stint. Jamie Winslow will take over for the second 2 hours, their silver driver. And more silver drivers coming into play too. Danny Bunchu, Paul Trojani, Leo Payen. In the pit lane, well, there was, for a split second. Have you enjoyed that? Right, we'll get some highlights shortly of the first couple of hours of racing. Now, that camera in the pits is just not working, is it? There's a loose connection somewhere as they perform simultaneous dives into their respective garages. Synchronized is the word I was looking for. All right, let's take a look at some highlights of the last hour or so. Oh, going back to the start of this race, where it was the number 6 car of Adrian Chila, the A&S Motorsport team, who got away the fastest from pole position. Fairly early on, we did have that safety car after about 15 minutes or so. And it's very difficult in the opening stages to really know what's happening other than looking at what's on track. What can we see right now? Doesn't tell the story until we get much, much deeper into the race. There were several cars leading at different times. Adam Geshev took the lead. Cindy Goudet took the lead. The car number 24 of SKR 20 Lamo Racing Car had the lead for a little while. We've seen multiple changes. We are 4 mandatory pit stops required for our cars in this race. However, you will see up to 8 or 9 due to refueling requirements as well. And each time the cars do come in, they will need to serve a balance penalty too. There has been one major incident, unfortunately. Romain Carton got out of the car absolutely fine, but his car incident, the crash at turn 3, caused about 30 minutes behind the safety car while that was tidied up. And the damage to barrier walls was done. But safety first, he is okay. The car will hopefully come back for Mugello in July in one piece. So from last time out, the one team that's been doing incredibly well, Kojimo Racing, 4 cars here this weekend, and they've it feels like they constantly had a couple of them inside the top 5, first and second for a little while too. And they are leading the team championships right now after the first round at Paul Ricard and looking to extend that advantage. So at the moment, the pit stops playing havoc with trying to work out who is actually in the net lead of this race. On track, it's Martin Lakiman and the car number 99, and then a Guti competition by M Racing. 6th place in qualifying, 10th place last time out, so looking to improve on that. They have got 1 less pit stop taken than many teams behind them, though. So the most pit stops, I'm going to say our net leader is Emmanuel Piguet in the car number 28, the CD Sport team. They've got 2 cars here this weekend, also the number 30. And if we jump back to the last time out, our net leaders in the 28, it wasn't the best weekend. It was 26th position for them, finishing 20 laps down on your leader. So several issues that looks like they've been resolved for MAGNY-COURS. There's been some great sits. I'll tell you what I have enjoyed today. We've had some brilliant interviews with drivers down in the pit lane, a lot more than we had at Paul Ricard. There is the car. Alain Guichev was driving that one at the time. And he did spend some time at the front of the grid. However, he was the very last car to pit of the entire 35. So his lead was a little bit not representative of the true order of things, let's say, until pit stops really start to come into play for all of our teams. Most teams now, 2 or 3 pit stops underneath their belt. Some of them are up to 4. So like we always say in endurance racing, where there's mandatory stops to come, you do not know what is really happening until the last, let's say, 45, 30 minutes when everyone's had their stops, everyone's racing towards the finish line, and then you start to paint a real picture. So more highlights to come, but coming up shortly, we are into the second half of our round 2 race. MAGNY-COURS in the Ultimate Cup Series 2026 Endurance Prototype Cup.
We are here with the Extreme Limit team at the box and the car number 7 with Shahan Sarkissian. Shahan, tell us about the beginning of the race. The first part was very tough. A lot of things happened on track. What's your feeling?
Yeah, it was a busy start to the race. Unfortunately, after a couple of laps, I got punted and lost the rear. So I climbed back, and then we had a big crash in front of us, so they had a long safety car. We took advantage with the strategy, and I think we have a good strategy. And then the car was very good, so we kept pushing, we kept going up in places. and I think my Victor, my second driver, will do a good job, and we might be in the top 5 if we keep it up.
So now the goal is to pushing to get back on top in front of the race. So we'll keep this place and be consistent and cross the line at the finish.
Yeah, absolutely. There's also a big strategy play, because you're allowed to have 3 refueling. You're allowed to refuel as many times as you want and have 4 pit stops. So we've already done most of our pit stops, so we only have 1 left, and we already have a full fuel. So we should be good in a strategy level.
Do you have one more stint?
No, I'm done. I've done 2, and he has 2.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Well, that is lovely to hear from the Extremely Limit team. So they think they are in a fairly good position. Now, on track, they are down in 26th place. However, you know, this is where tactics come into play, because they've already had 8 pit stops, the car number 7. We mentioned this earlier, which it's a remarkable number, isn't it? To have 8 pit stops. Other teams around them have had maybe 4 or so. So it was Sean Haig Suskisian, a Lebanese driver, that we're having a chat with. So I can't wait to see if that tactic has paid off. And I just don't see how they've got enough fuel. I think he suggested maybe 1 more refuel, which, yeah, that's correct. Because they're not going to do 1 hour 47 on a full tank. Nowhere near. We think about 1 hour 10 minutes at full pelt for these cars on a full tank. Hence we'd have 3 or 4 refueling stops. But I love the ambition. I love the optimism. Let's see what happens. His last time out at Paul Ricard, yeah, 7th place for them, but he was driving with Tailman at the time. More track limit infringements. Do you know what? I have not seen yet. I've seen lots of track limits infringements. Nobody has yet gone above 3 and got themselves a penalty. Not that I've seen, anyway. I'm just going to do what I like to keep track of, so just a snapshot of standings at the halfway stage and just see how things change. I know we're beyond halfway now, but oh, Jimmy Winslow just getting a little bit tight in front and behind. He's up to 9th place now from, I think they dropped to 16th after, well, when he got in the car, that pit stop pulled them back to 16th. So I think he will just slowly work his way up the field. Last year's team champions, 23 events racing. And that pairing of Gashev and Winslow fought for the championship themselves as a 2-man team. And they were, I said at the start, one of the ones denied by the unfortunate technical issue at Paul Ricard at the end of the 6-hour race last month. They thought they were on for a win. They had to take a set off a 4th in the end. CD Sports and Emmanuel Piget lead the way by only 1.9 seconds from Nicolas Chartier, but they are 1 pit stop down, so you can kind of ignore that. Look at all these cars coming through. It's so busy now. All these cars aren't necessarily racing each other directly. Some of them are. The top 3 are only separated by 7.8 seconds. Now, we did some learning yesterday, didn't we? Some some insights on tyres. Is it 20 tyres for a 4-hour race? 20 tyres across the weekend, so that includes qualifying and racing. So all these cars in the Nova prototype NP02 V8 Ford engine, 830 kilograms in weight, 95 litre tank. I thought it was 195 litre tank, not 100. And across the 6 rounds, you've got the overall champion, the Bronze Cup champion, and then you've got the team championship involved in there too. Each weekend, you've got 2 90-minute practice sessions. A very eventful 15-minute ×3 qualifying session yesterday. When I say eventful, in each of the 3 qualifying sessions, there was a red flag, which pushed the day back a little bit. And then across the season, 6 races, 4 of them 4 hours, and 2 of them at 6 hours. And in the case of the Prototype Cup, that is bookended. First and last round of the season are 6 hours when they get 1.5 times points. New set of boots going on, car number 24. That is the Lamo racing car, which has Alex Leroy at the wheel. Nicolas Chartier pits from 3rd place. So finally now, after 2 hours and 19 minutes, of a fairly clean top 10 that have all pitted 3 times. So this is where we will start to see actually what's happening. A couple of cars, well, from 10th down to 11th down to 13th, they've all pitted 4 times. So they are net a bit higher up than they are being shown on your screen. But now it's lovely. For the first time since the start of the race, we can look at things and go, okay, this is for position. The lead is only 6 seconds for the CD Sport Car 28, back to the 154 Kojima Racing Team. 3rd last height at Paul Ricard, lying 2nd right now. Qualified 3rd today too. And the car that qualified on pole, the number 6, unfortunately, down in 20th place at the moment. Paco Wiesenberger at the wheel currently. And that ANS Motorsport team won race number 1. How many pit stops have they done? Let's have a little look. Oh, they've done 5. Okay, they've done 5. So that puts them a lot higher than 20th. Ah, look out. Okay, look out, folks. Car number 88. That's the Kojima Racing Team, one of the 4 cars. Neil Yanni is at the wheel. Put an alarm on. Neil Yanni is at the wheel of the car number 88. One of 2 platinum drivers in the field this week. A little bit about Neil Yanni, winner of the 2016 24 Hour of Le Mans. Again, platinum driver. Of course, started in karting back in the late 90s, 2000s. Formula Renault in the early noughties. GP2 and A1 Grand Prix driver between 2005 and 2009. And a decades worth of experience in the 24-hour of Le Mans. So he is an absolute force to be reckoned with. Also winner 2016 in the FIA World Endurance Championship. That was his greatest year, actually, for Neil Yanni, 2016. But he also won at Le Mans. And currently a development driver for the Audi Formula One team. So Yanni will begin his campaign up the leaderboard from 10th position. He's come out in. He can only have a maximum of, let me see, the car 88, how many drivers they've got? Just 2 drivers, Nicolas Chartier and Neil Yanni. So Neil can do a maximum of 1 hour 50, I believe. Yeah, maximum of 1 hour 50, and that's what's remaining. So I think you'll see Neil Yanni go right to the end of this race now. Yeah, you will, because Nicolas Chartier did 2 hours and 20, and his was a minimum requirement of 2 hours 10. So this will be fun. Manuel Piguet is your true leader in the 28. CD Sports, he leads by 2.5 seconds. That's the man chasing him, Sebastian Alvarez. And you are watching at the middle ground there, a race for the lead. It's 1.1 seconds. Oh, off for the car number 3. That's the DKR engineering team. They were running around in 30th place. They're not going to lose out too much. Oh, big dive down the inside. Lovely work from the 95. That is not for track position. So what was all that about? Oh, there's a car going backwards. That's why. Oh, that is, to be sat in that car is frightening, isn't it? And they were running again in 30th place. Not actually lost any positions, regardless of that incident. Oh, going for a drift. Yes. There is your leader, Emmanuel Piguet, in the 28. And chasing him in the green, Sebastian Alvarez. Look at all these races going on. Loving that. Lauren Withchurch in the 386, gold and white. Another of the Kochimo racing cars. Jamie Winslow is up to 5th place. Took over in, I think it was 14th. Now, Sebastian Alvarez did pit, I think it was just for a quick refuel, wasn't in there long, so he's going to drop down to at least 3rd and more. Actually got 1 minute 4 on Thierry Petit in 4th, might stick in 3rd. So Emmanuel Piguet, who was being strongly challenged for that lead, now has a 28-second buffer over Paul Fijani. Fastest lap of the race so far today has come from Paco Wiesenberger. This is a 1:33.641. That was much earlier in the day. In fact, Alvarez will drop to at least 4th as Winslow goes up to 3rd. Top 3 teams now all have completed 3 pit stops. Most of those before them are on 4. So again, we're back to a position where we can say who is in the lead on track, but net, it will not be representative of the true outcome of the race if it were to have all our pit stops completed. That is the 22 car of DB Autosport, one of their 2 cars, and that is struggling to get going again. Turn it off, turn it on. Very clever electrics in these cars nowadays, aren't there? God, I sound old saying that, don't I? A yellow flag at turn 3 until that car gets going again. And we're running in a 14th, that's Leo Payen at the wheel. No, don't go that way. Oh, that is such a... Okay, I kind of understand. No, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. So that looks like some angry slaps on the wheel to me. You can imagine, so because that car was going, that is absolutely gutting. So looks like the 22 and Leo Payen for DB Autosport is going to be, unless some marshals can push him back onto that tarmac, he's going to be absolutely gutted. Safety car. No, surely not. You're not going anywhere, Leo. Leo, you are not moving, brother. I'm surprised there's no... Okay, we're getting ready for a full course yellow, apparently. So we are getting ready for a full course yellow. Pit entry will be closed in 1 minute's time. So I thought, yeah, full course yellows now. I thought Leo had got that quite away from the racing line, actually, nowhere near the track, because that was an exit road he was parked next to. So this is not a safety car, it's full course yellow, so treat it as a virtual safety car. All the cars will slow down until we can get the DB Autosport car removed from that gravel. Now, I think Emmanuel Piguet in the 28 leading car CD Sport just did a very clever pit stop. They got in just before the pit lane closed, or the pit entry closed. As long as you're in before it cuts off, you're fine. And I think that was a very cheap pit stop they just got. Still on his pit out lap, so we'll drop down a few places. So Paul Trajani in the 21 debut Autosport car will take the lead. The CD Sport will be at least second, if not a little bit lower. You might see 23 Events Racing, the car number 1, move up to second. Yes, you will. I think William Vermont in the 57 SKR Performance by Graf team car will stay 4th. So we've not seen the recovery truck for Leo Payen's car number 22. Quick mention, leading the Bronze Cup right now is the car number 70, the Zoshnaif car. They won, gosh, so many things to look at here. Yeah, they're 4th overall in Bronze Cup. Oh no, because they've got just one car. Hang on a second. Bronze Cup. Ah, they were a non-classified, were they? That's why. Yeah, but they're looking for a win to kickstart their season in the Bronze Cup. Because they've also got the 77, which is the non-Bronze Cup car. And that is why they picked up 5th overall in round 1. And they might go even better in the Bronze Cup with their second car at MAGNY-COURS. And there is the Zosh team. Quick glance at Kojimo. Neil Yanni started in 10th when he started his stint in the car, and he'll be in the car to the end of the race now. Up to 5th so far, 4.8 seconds behind 4th. However, he is 1 pit stop less completed than the cars either side of him. 1 minute 25 of racing to complete. Does look like a safety car procedure, but it's not. It just happened that a lot of these cars were quite close to each other. On the track map, they are entirely spread out around the circuit. Ah, Leo Payen, head in his hands. Can't believe what he's done there. They do have 3 cars in this race, DB Autosport, the 20, 21 and the 22.
Oui Bertrand, je suis avec Grégory CGS. Bonjour Grégory, vous êtes engagé sur la voiture du Le Mans Racing, la numéro 24, une voiture toute neuve, c'est sa première course. Racontez-moi un petit peu ses premiers roulages avec cette nouvelle NP02.
Eh bien écoutez, pour commencer le week-end, on a eu quelques petits soucis d'organisation, on va dire. On a essayé de mettre un petit peu les choses en place au fur et à mesure des sessions. Laurent Lameau et l'équipe Lamont Racing Car a fait un beau travail juste avant la qualification et puis la course. Ce qui nous a permis de reprendre un petit peu confiance, de pouvoir s'amuser un petit peu plus dans la voiture. Et puis aujourd'hui, on voit que donc, sur le départ de la course, ça a bien payé. Malheureusement, on a pris un arrêt qui n'a pas été comptabilisé, qui est totalement notre faute. Mais on va essayer justement de continuer à évoluer dans ce sens-là.
Justement, cette première course, c'est une voiture test aussi également. Est-ce qu'après, il y aura potentiellement des feedbacks à faire sur la voiture sœur, la 777, pour vous échanger un petit peu les datas notamment?
Bien sûr, forcément, c'est plus simple d'avoir la chance d'avoir une voiture sœur pour pouvoir travailler ensemble et essayer de faire évoluer justement l'équipe entière. Maintenant, c'est vrai que d'une voiture à une autre, on a quand même des petites différences, ce qui nous est quand même un petit peu compliqué de réussir à trouver vraiment le vrai setup, on va dire, sur une voiture et sur l'autre.
Merci beaucoup.
Avec plaisir. Merci.
exactement avec Emmanuel Piget qui vient de terminer son relais avec la numéro 28. Et vous avez eu le droit à une très belle ovation quand vous êtes rentré au stand. Racontez-moi un petit peu votre relais.
Ça a été intense, c'est mon premier relais de ma vie, officiellement. J'ai toujours fait que des courses de sprint. Comme tout le monde le sait, au Paul Ricard, malheureusement, ça m'a fini. Là, c'était mon premier relais que je finis, et d'une belle manière, parce que j'ai guidé la course pendant 25 minutes, alors qu'on part 34e. Donc c'est juste incroyable. Ouais.
Pour un premier relais, c'est quand même pas mal. Vous étiez leader de la course, justement. Quand on est habitué à faire des courses sprint, c'est quoi le plus difficile à mettre en place pour ces courses d'endurance?
Alors là, ça a été un vrai test, parce que je suis parti avec des pneus déjà usés. Au début, j'avais moitié d'essence. Et ensuite, je savais que j'allais faire un relais. En fait, je suis celui qui roule le plus, pour une question de règlement. Donc je savais que j'allais avoir à faire un relais le plus long avec des pneus déjà usés. Donc en fait, forcément, par rapport à une course sprint, ça n'a rien à voir. Il a fallu que je fasse du lift, il a fallu que je save les pneus en sortie, en traction, penser à tout ça. Et tout en doublant, parce que j'ai pas arrêté de doubler. Et tout en essayant forcément de perdre le moins de temps possible dans le trafic. Donc j'ai 42 ans aujourd'hui, ça fait 13 ans que je suis sorti de la course automobile, et de revenir comme ça, c'est super sympa, vraiment, c'était top.
Vous faites 42 ans aujourd'hui?
J'ai 42 ans, non, je veux dire, là maintenant, parce que ça fait 13 ans que j'ai arrêté la course auto. Ouais.
En tout cas, super relais, et c'est ce qui a motivé tout le monde à vous applaudir pour vraiment saluer cette super performance.
En tout cas, merci beaucoup à CD Sport qui m'a fait confiance encore une fois, Claude Desgremont. En plus, c'est sa journée de retraite, donc en partant 34e, on avait peu d'espoir, même si on se bat toujours. Mais là, je ne sais même pas combien on est, mais enfin, je sais qu'on est devant et qu'on a une option pour gagner, donc ça serait juste incroyable. Là, maintenant, c'est Théo qui est en piste, un mec qui est ultra vite. C'est un des seuls coéquipiers dans ma carrière qui m'a mis. Donc c'est assez incroyable. Il va très vite, donc je suis impatient de voir ce qu'il va faire.
On va regarder ça avec vous aussi. Merci beaucoup, Emmanuel.
Merci.
Great to have so many opportunities to speak to our drivers down in the garages as this race progresses. We are 1 minute and 12, sorry, 1 hour and 12 minutes away from conclusion. And we're not really that much closer to finding out who our winner might be yet. Jamie Winslow leads the race by 52 seconds, but he has got a pit stop to come, which will be at least one mandatory stop and probably a refuel too. I do not like the look of the edge of that tyre. That looks slightly cut to me, but obviously it won't be. And it has been super close. Between second and third, just 1.19 seconds. The 154 car of Kojimo Racing and the 57 of SKR Performance by Graf. Oh my goodness! Okay, that's the first time in a little while we've seen an incident. Can he get back on track? Yes, he will. Fantastic. Car behind, though, is going to be stuck in a little bit of trouble. It can be tricky to get going again. Who was that is come unstuck? Yellow flag in the first sector, understandably. Well, it's gone green again, so they have got going. Good work. And would you believe it, looking at this race now, we are almost 3 hours into this race, and look how close these cars are. Not all racing for position on track. Let's get that very clear, first of all. But plenty going on. There's incident noted at turn 7. That is in sector 2. Didn't see what that was. Here's a replay then. And it was a spin and jaw, just avoiding the collision, weren't they? So when will the 23 events racing car number 1 pit? And how much time will they lose? They've got to stand still for at least, their penalty is so 31 seconds, their balance time to serve each of the mandatory pit stops. And he's gone in as we're speaking. Jamie Winslow in the car number 1 has pitted. So Sebastian Alvarez will take the lead ahead of William Vermont, 2 seconds back, 11 seconds further to Gregory Savet, and 13 only to Dimitri and Gilbert. In fact, we're going to have a position where there's going to be 10, 20, 30 seconds between your top 5 on track after almost 3 hours. We could be in for a thriller of a finish. And it's a refuel, as anticipated, for Jamie Winslow. So this should be, oh, it's going to be a lot quicker than the mandatory one. So there's no, won't serve the penalty at this time. It'll just be straight in, refuel, get back out. The 72 and the 27, they're racing, but not racing each other as such. So I think 23 events will drop down to, I'm going to predict, should still be inside the top 10. Then James will start the chase again. That's Ian Aguilera in the A&S Motorsport car. And that is the number 4 of Switch Racing. And Alistair Young, currently the world, the young Malaysian driver, now in 15th place. So now, folks, at the front of this race, all on 4 pit stops, the 154 of Kojimo Racing, the 57 of SKL Performance by Graf, and Gregory Savet in the 70, the Zosha Naif Bronze Cup car. There is 15 seconds between your top 3. This is good. Out comes Alistair Young, silver driver in that car. Six-second lead from Alvarez to Vermont, but 2 cars sandwiched in between them. So some traffic to get through as Neil Yanni moves up to 8th position, the Platinum driver on track. In terms of the Bronze Cup, Soshnaif in 3rd overall, and the next best Bronze Cup car is the number 500 of the FTW Racing Team, down in 12th, 2nd in class. incident at turn 12 has been noted, involving cars number 27 and I think it was 3. Another really cool look inside these cars. It's a miniature spaceship they're piloting. And do know, if you come to these races and you spend some time in the paddock, you can get really up close sometimes and get a real feel of what it's like sitting in these stationary, let alone under racing conditions. Top 4 cars, all within 30 seconds. This is what we want to see. The advantage, though, is with Dimitri Engelbert, the car 74 BDR competition team. They've had one extra stop. Now, we get to the stage where, I said it earlier, not necessarily every team's going to do the same number of pit stops. They might have pitted for different reasons, to fix something or an additional fuel stop to others, depending on the strategy. You think that every car should have, same car, same engine, same fuel tanks, should have the same number of refueling stops, and in theory, absolutely bang on. But we do not know the reason every time a car pits. We can see it's either, oh, they're refueling, or oh, they're changing the driver. Could be a number of things. The driver might have reported something they can feel in the car, need to check it out, they come in. So later on in the race, we can see how many cars have completed all their mandatories, but the bigger the number gets, it can be completely irrelevant. For example, Victor Bernier in the number 7, the Extreme Limite car, they've currently had 8 pit stops. They've been in 8 times. The cars around them have been in 4. Okay? So you'd like to think that Victor Bernier and the team will not need to pit again if they're fully fueled up to go the last hour. It's a massive advantage, that. Knowing that every car in front is going to have to pit at some point. The only one that might not is Dimitri Engelbert in the 74 BDR competition, because they have pitted 6 times, and it kind of feels like 4 mandatory. I think 7's going to be the minimum number. 4 mandatory and 3 refuels. Don't you scratch that bonnet. There's Paul Trajani. It was Paul Trajani. Now it's probably going to be. Let's have a look. Matthias Besch, I think, will take the wheel of that one, the gold driver, for the last hour. Seems about right, doesn't it? Second place car Brian Vermont has pitted number 57, which will allow a few cars to come through. Notably Gregory Savet, Theodore Jensen, and Amaury Bonduel. "18 seconds now between your top two, both pitted 4 times. 1 hour remaining. Now, I'm incredibly impressed at the lack of driver penalties so far during this race for track infringements. We see so many so often, but they've done incredibly well. Of course, with the driver changes, makes it a little bit easier. Right, highlights of our hour number 3 and prior around the Magny-Cours circuit. You have been watching and will continue to watch for the next 58 minutes the Endurance Prototype Cup, second round of the season, and the Ultimate Cup Series 2026. I'd love to tell you we're near telling the final story. We're not, because so much going on. There's still plenty of pit stops to happen. Currently in the number 1 spot, Sebastian Alvarez for the Kojimo Racing team. Then it is the Bronze Cup car, Zoshnov and Gregory Savet at the wheel, the bronze driver, sandwiched by silver, Sebastian Alvarez and Theodore Jensen. Jensen in the 28 CD Sport car. In 4th place, Amaury Bonduel in the 128 BDR competition car. And then Neil Yanni driving hard, the only platinum driver on the track right now, is showing his worth. He's absolutely flying around, a second quicker per lap than anybody else on track in the number 88 Kojimo Racing team. So Kojimo are looking to improve on their overall standing. They took 2nd and 3rd on the track at Paul Ricard a month ago, leading the team championship though. And they will continue to do so at this rate. There have been a number of different leaders, but with the pit stops, of course, it comes and goes. We did have the number 1 car there, the 23 Events Racing team, Jamie Winslow. We didn't see that accident at the time. That's for the 22. The DB Autosport team lost their rear spoiler. And then a bit of a nightmare for Leo Payen, trying to get going again and beached himself in the gravel, sadly. And they were out about 45 minutes ago. He couldn't believe it. Head in his hands as he got out of the car. He was absolutely gutted. So a few cars to keep our eye on. We're trying to look at the net score here. One I'm watching, the number 7, which is the Extreme Limit car, Victor Bernier at the wheel. They have had 8 stops. If you go to the end of this race, be in my eyes, next position. On the play, they are going to improve on that. We are well inside the last hour of 4 at round 2 at MAGNY-COURS for the European Endurance Prototype Cup, and there has been changes. For a little while, we had Bronze Cup car number 70, the Zosch Nauf team, leading the way with Gregory Sauvé, which would be a remarkable achievement, but they are pitted now and they will come out in a position which is not number 1. It's to be decided. It might be, should still be in the top 5 or 6, I imagine. However, they've got competition because another Bronze Cup car, the number 30, the CD Sport Bronze, they are now up to 6th position, and they've pitted the same number of times as the Zosch Nauf team. So we'll see. Elsewhere, William Vermont will be our net leader shortly, I believe, although the difference was 1 minute 57, and a bronze team serves no balance penalty. So just hang on.
Oui, effectivement, avec Vincent Capillaire, des pilotes de la voiture numéro 57. Vincent, vous étiez au volant il y a quelques instants, vous avez passé le relais, vous avez occupé la tête de la course, votre voiture est actuellement en 2e position. On est à moins d'1 heure de la fin de cette course. Tout va bien, entre guillemets.
Ouais, c'est assez positif. On est sur une stratégie un petit peu décalée, mais ça fonctionne bien. La voiture, pour l'instant, tout est comme prévu. Et puis, on a pris du plaisir parce que Stéphane Roup a fait un super relais au début. Il a bien tenu sa place au départ, donc puis il a pris beaucoup de plaisir. Moi, j'ai emmené les pneus le plus loin possible, donc voilà, c'était un beau challenge. Et puis, William fait un super job, donc pour l'instant, c'est positif et la voiture est intacte, donc tout va bien.
On a vu tout à l'heure, avant la pause publicitaire, la voiture s'arrêter avec un petit peu d'agitation. C'était juste un contrôle de routine où il y avait une petite alerte?
Ah non, c'était juste, on vérifie en permanence, mais c'était un arrêt obligatoire qu'on a souhaité passer à ce moment-là. Donc non, tout est en ordre, il n'y a aucun souci.
Là, il vous reste combien d'arrêts obligatoires là?
Il nous reste un arrêt et un petit peu d'essence à faire.
Donc si tout se passe bien, vous devriez rester encore dans le haut du classement sans ennui mécanique?
J'ai pas fait de calcul, on est focus sur notre course, mais ouais, ça peut peut-être faire un top 5.
Merci beaucoup Vincent.
Merci.
Okay, so it looks like the Bronze Cup team of Zosch Nauf will drop to 4th position as it stands. And the other Bronze Cup car, the number 30, a City Sport, will be 2 spots behind them in 6th place. So currently on top is Sebastian Alvarez, although he's just pitted, so William Vermont will move into the lead. Jimmy Winslow in the number 1 car, 23 Events Racing team in 3rd, although as they have been that team the entire race, always at least 1 pit stop down, only 4 stops for them so far, so they will lose ground when they eventually do come in next time round. We predicted that 7 stops will be the minimum requirement. Most of the top teams on 5 or 6, it's just the number 1 car on 4. Victor Bernier and the number 7 car, they've now pitted 9 times, folks. They must be going to the end on this stint. And if that is the case, they're going to jump up hugely as others complete their mandatories and final refueling sessions. Neil Yanni in the 88 car in 7th place. Platinum driver, I believe they've got at least 1 more stop to come as well. It will all unfold over the next 43 minutes. And you can try as you might to make predictions. It is incredibly tough. We heard drivers say the same in the garage earlier. It's almost no point. Yes, you can do the mathematics, you can make a few guesstimations.
Effectivement, avec lui aussi, donc pilote de la numéro 4, vous avez roulé quasiment la moitié de la course et vous avez laissé maintenant le volant à Alistair Young. Vous avez bien poussé pendant cette moitié de course. Racontez-moi un petit peu ce long stint
C'était bien marrant parce que c'est vrai que le départ était plutôt pas mal. J'ai réussi à gagner des positions, il y a eu de la belle bagarre, donc c'était sympa, je me suis bien marré. Nous, on est une équipe encore un peu jeune, hein, Switch Racing, c'est vrai que ça fait leur deuxième saison ici en Ultimate Cup Series, donc on progresse à chaque fois qu'on monte dans la voiture, donc ça c'est un élément qui est important. Au Castellet, on avait du mal à trouver de la performance, et puis là, ici, on était beaucoup mieux. On a réussi à trouver des réglages qui nous allaient correctement, et puis voilà, en course, c'est bien parti. J'ai pu tenir un rythme qui était correct dans le paquet de devant. À un moment donné, j'ai réussi à remonter deuxième. Donc voilà, c'était vachement intéressant. Après, là, le problème, c'est qu'il y a eu une touchette avec Alistair et une autre voiture. Et on a eu une crevaison, donc on a beaucoup rétrogradé malheureusement. J'avoue que j'ai aucune idée de ce qui est possible de faire à la fin.
Oui, on a vu, c'est un petit peu l'événement qui a un petit peu fait tout tomber. Mais il y a quand même beaucoup de points positifs au cours de ce week-end, vous l'avez dit. On cherche la performance, donc il y aura des datas à prendre pour la prochaine manche au Mugello.
Ouais, effectivement, c'est ça. C'est vraiment chaque course, on apprend des choses. On commence à comprendre un peu mieux cette voiture. Après, ce week-end, on n'était que deux avec Alistair parce que Sandro a eu un heureux événement et donc du coup, c'est pour ça qu'il n'était pas là, mais on le retrouvera au Mugello évidemment. Et on pense bien à lui. Mais voilà, c'est vrai que chaque kilomètre qu'on fait dans cette voiture nous aide à progresser. Et puis pour l'équipe aussi derrière, d'avoir beaucoup de data, c'est un élément important.
Et le fait d'avoir roulé 2 heures quasiment sans arrêt, ça vous a aussi permis d'accumuler, vous personnellement aussi, beaucoup plus d'expérience, beaucoup plus d'aisance avec la voiture?
Ouais, déjà j'ai maigri. Mais non, c'est sûr. Alors après, en fait, en vrai, ça change pas grand-chose parce que vu que moi je suis pilote bronze, de toute façon, je roule beaucoup parce que le championnat est fait comme ça. Quand on est bronze, on a toujours des temps de roulage qui sont importants en course. Donc j'ai dû rouler 2 heures, mais finalement, pour les autres bronzes, c'est à peu près pareil. C'est surtout pendant les essais que ça fait une différence. Vu qu'on n'était que deux, ça augmente le temps de roulage. Donc ça nous a permis, en tout cas moi, en ce qui me concerne, de faire plus de kilomètres et de progresser encore dans cette voiture. Parce que c'est vrai que j'ai pas énormément d'expérience en auto parce que ça fait que 3 ans que j'ai commencé. Donc voilà, mais en tout cas physiquement, 2 heures dans la voiture, ça va, c'est sympa, c'est une voiture qui est agréable à rouler et puis le circuit est juste incroyable.
Merci beaucoup, Louis.
Merci à vous, à bientôt.
So Louis just said to me that he had a lot of pleasure with this car. There are 2 drivers exceptional, especially for this race. He took a lot of pleasure behind the wheel, and unfortunately, Alistair Young had a puncture contact with another car during the race, and now the most important thing is to keep the car on track and analyze more data to be more strong for the next race in Mugello in Italy.
Right, back on track. 40 minutes less to finish this second round up. Jamie Winslow temporarily leads this race, but he's in the pits, so he's going to lose positions. He's going to drop down to second, third, I reckon, maybe 5th position. We'll see. You'll see the number 1 start to drop down there on the left-hand side, which means that Gregory Savet, the Bronze Cup car, once again on top. They do need 1 more pit stop at least, though, to make sure there's enough fuel in that car, or ensure they've had their 4 mandatory pit stops. I'm just checking on our monitor. As far as I can see, the only car that has completed all of their mandatory pit stops is William Vermont, who is currently in 4th place, just 5 seconds behind 3rd. And yeah, Jamie is going to drop down to at least 6th, 7th, and maybe a few more as well. So it is Gregory Savet on top, Theodore Jensen in 2nd place, William Vermont is in 3rd. Just keep one eye too on where is Neil Yanni, 88 in 5th place with 5 pit stops. Victor Bernier, number 7 in 8th. That's the Extreme Limit team. I am still watching them closely because, as far as I can see, Oh, I think they might need one more pit stop, actually. That's interesting. They went in a few times earlier for bits and pieces then. All will be revealed. A lot of cars further down the circuit have had all of their mandatories completed, so they will start to jump places. Although, if you're beyond 20th, then you're at least 2 laps down on the field. Our leaders have completed 110 laps now, the first 5 cars. William Vermont pits from near the front. Where will this drop him to? The car 57 SKR Performance by Graf team. Now, most of the cars, I mean, their fastest lap times are around about 134s, 135s, and they're mostly still lapping around the 136s. There's been no lack of pace throughout this 3.5 hours so far. There is your leader, Gregory Sauvet, in the 70. Zosh teammates Xavier Nauf and Thierry Petit will be watching on very closely. They know it probably won't finish like this. They do have, to be fair,
les yeux
a
partout,
1 minute lead over second.
Effectivement, on est au refueling. Alors, vous pouvez peut-être apercevoir juste au fond de l'image la voiture du Graf Racing avec Vincent Capillaire qu'on a interviewé il y a quelques instants, la numéro 57, qui repart. Effectivement, cette zone de refueling, elle est placée juste à la sortie des stands, avec plusieurs bornes. C'est une borne un petit peu classique, comme on pourrait retrouver sur une station essence classique, entre guillemets. Et là, vous pouvez apercevoir juste derrière moi, si Cédric veut bien montrer à l'image, on a tous les mécanos qui sont assignés à une équipe. Vous avez le CD Store juste là. On a également l'équipe de 23 Events. Voilà, ce sont des personnes qui sont affiliées à cette mission-là. Et à chaque fois qu'il y a une voiture qui arrive de ces équipes-là, et bien justement, ces voitures seront refuelées par ces dernières. Et donc là, à quelques minutes, à presque une demi-heure de la fin de cette course, pour les personnes et les pilotes et les voitures qui ne vont pas faire leur dernier refueling, ça sera un petit peu la queue comme il y a eu lors de l'intervention du premier safety car, un petit peu la queue, pour faire l'essence, la queue à la pompe comme on pourrait dire. En tout cas là, si les pilotes veulent s'arrêter, il n'y a personne. Ils ont le choix de la pompe, il n'y a aucun problème.
The lead at the front is still pretty much bang on 1 minute for Gregory Sauvet. And we have, remarkably, 2 Bronze Cup cars inside the first 4 positions as it stands. It's unlikely to finish that way because they are both due a pit stop. Oh, and in comes Gregory Sauvet. And there's also Nauf car. So we'll see where that brings them back out soon. It's pretty bunched up after that minute behind them. Only 25 seconds, 7 seconds, 0.2 seconds. So they're going to drop down to, I'm going to say, about 10th position. And then Nick Adcock in the 30, the CD Sport bronze car, they'll have to pit too. So the order of the bronze car will probably stay the same, I imagine. In fact, it definitely will, because there's over a minute between them. And then the next best Bronze Cup car is in 20th place. That's the 555 of Kojimo Racing and their Bronze Cup car. So it just goes to show how good those 2 teams have been so far throughout the first 3.5 hours. Just coming up to 30 minutes to play with. And shortly, Theodore Jensen will be confirmed as your new race leader. And I imagine this will be a driver change for Gregory Sauvet. Both bronze drivers, both can do the equal amount of time. Neil Yanni is up to 3rd place, but he's due outlap as well. Sorry, due a pit stop, just because Gregory Sauvet is now on the outlap. Nicolas Prost is now finally in the 154 Kojimo Racing team. Team that nearly won the championship last year. And a fantastic lineup this year with Nicolas Prost. And now we have platinum drivers in 3rd and 4th position. This is wonderful. So yeah, Theodor Jensen will move into 1st place in the CD Sport team. Neil Yanni in 3rd for Kojimo. I mean, Kojimo have got some ridiculous drivers, Neil Yanni and Nicolas Prost, to race for them. It is super impressive, isn't it? Neil Yanni is now only half a second behind, in fact, yeah, half a second behind the Bronze Car Cup of Gregory Sauvet. That's the 99. Martin Lackerman at the wheel of that one right now in 18th position. And I don't know what I'm seeing here on the track map. Right now, Gregory Sauvet holding off Neil Yanni, the platinum driver, as they come around turn number 13. There's your leader, Theodor Jensen, and by half a decent distance too. Coming up on the back of his teammate at the 555, who will surely, I'd imagine, let him through without much trouble. Maybe not. In fact, no, such similar liveries. It's 28 CD Sport. Yeah, it's not. It's 555 is one of the Kojimo teams, one of the Bronze Cup cars. Ignore that entirely. Doesn't have to give way, and isn't giving way. Enzo Caldares in the pits. The 95 team, SRT, Sazelcom Racing. Only started competing in 2024. Made their Ultimate Cup debut a year later. And we really need to be seeing the race for second, don't we? Gregory Sauvet and Neil Yanni. The race for second on track, half a second between them. First driver penalty for number 30, Nick Hancock, currently in 5th position. The South African driver, bronze, and the CD Sport Bronze Cup team. So in terms of the Bronze Cup competition, that could be important. Although they're due one more pit stop over Gregory's 72nd. Jean-Baptiste Mousnier, the BDR competition car. Currently in 15th position. Looks to me as though Neil Yanni has got past Gregory Servet into 2nd place. There is confirmation. Neil Yanni in the 88. Gregory Servet, the Bronze Cup driver, behind him in the red and black. It felt like only a matter of time, but I'm super impressed with how long Servet held on. It was about 2 laps, held him at bay. Platinum driver chasing down a bronze and made very difficult work of it. Nicolas Prost up to 4th place, 10 seconds behind now, also chasing Gregory Servet. Back markers for Neil Yanni to contend with. He's 25 seconds down on the lead now. But you can add a couple of minutes to that due to the mandatory pit stop still to be served. Zosh now for Zosh J4R Project 24 team, aiming for the top step in the Bronze Cup battle. And Neil Yanni, after a great stint, has pitted. And I believe he'll be staying in the car. He's allowed an hour and 10 minutes, and he came in with about an hour and 5 to run. And if you're going to have somebody in your car, you probably want your platinum driver in there. Yeah, doesn't look like a driver change to me. Doors open to let some air in, although they've got plenty of cloud cover here at MAGNY-COURS on the Sunday, in contrast to yesterday and earlier in the week. A bit of fresh air, still very much appreciated. And being handed a drink of water as well, good idea. Colourful helmet, isn't it? Theodor Jensen has also pitted, the number 28. At the moment, Neil Yanni's going to drop to at least 5th place. So Nicolas Prost in the 154 will jump to 3rd. Driver number, car 500, which is, of course, the FTW Racing. Not really mentioned them too much today. They are in 4th place in the Bronze Cup, 17th overall, 5-second penalty for 4th infringement of track limits. And that is Nicolas Prost, follows in fellow Platinum driver Neil Yanni and Kojimo teammate.
Secondes.
Out comes Nicolas Prost for one last 20-minute stint. He will be taking that car to the very end of this race. Jimmy Winslow has pitted for predictably the last time. From second, car number 1. And Gregory Survey, the Bronze Cup car for Zoschnauf, lead the way. I am sure they need to pit again. I am certain they need to pit again. From what I can see on our timing screens, the top 4 cars, so 71, 6 and 386, all still need a pit stop, which puts the car number 28 of Theodor Jensen in my book as your provisional leader. And Nicolas Prost in second. But just wait, just wait. So I think we're going to see some dramatic last-minute compulsory stops thrown in. And I think after what happened last time, it was such a rare occurrence happened at Paul Ricard with the fueling issue, which meant no more cars could refuel with half an hour to run. They had to call the race as it was. There was not really any other option, I imagine. Just thank the Lord that I'm not a clerk of the course or race director. So maybe cars are deciding, you know what, I'm going to leave this pit stop to the very last, just in case that ever happens again. Oh my word, I've never seen that before. Okay, there is, for car number 66, which is Mark Best saying they're out of the race in the car. It's Hageli by T2 Racing. A 5-minute stop-and-go penalty for disrespecting an official. 5-minute stop-and-go, wow. It's irrelevant because they are running in 32nd place of 32 cars. But it's still interesting, isn't it? A very brief yellow flag in Sector 1, turns straight to yellow. Right, lots of pitting happening. The leader, Gregory Survey, In second place, Ian Aguilera. In fourth place, Nick Adcock, all going into the pits. Neil Yanni pitting. Thought this might happen. Everyone was due one. And this will be now, in the last 15 minutes, we will see where all the cars fall and find out exactly who is where. So 4 of the top Southern cars currently in the pits as things stand. There's also some refueling going on. That was Nick Adcock. Now I thought, oh yeah, they've completed all their mandatories. That was just a fuel pit stop. Maybe just throw in a few extra litres. I'll just chuck a tenner's worth in, mate. That'll do. Just get me to the end. So I make it that who has still got everybody, all the top 4 done their pit stops. Just Ian Aguilera in 5th place. They still need to make a mandatory from what I can see. Oh no, that was their mandatory. Okay, fine, right, okay. Our top 10 cars have all now made their mandatory pit stops. So as things stand, the top 10, bear in mind Gregory Savet is on his way out on an outlap in second place, car number 70 for Zosnaev. Top 10 cars have all made their mandatory pit stops. So we are really racing for position now. This is going towards the very end, and it is going to be particularly close, specifically amongst 5th, 6th and 7th, separated by 6 seconds. The top 2 cars, there is only, what's that, 1.19 seconds between them after 3 hours and 45 minutes of racing. And it's a CD Sport Car 28, who qualified in, where were they? Where did they qualify? Hang on a second. The car number 28 qualified in 33rd place. That is quite astonishing. And they finished the first round at Paul Ricard in 26th. What has happened in that garage over the last 5 weeks since Paul Ricard? What's happened over the last 4 hours? Car number 28. Triple check that. 33rd they qualified. Well, there you go. All cars have now made their mandatory pit stops, apart from Bronze Car 500 and in 13th position, and Louis Kuybers in the 777 car. We've not really mentioned today the Lamo Racing car. They've still got to make one. But other than that, folks, we are going to the end now. Unless there is refueling to be done, we are going to the very bitter end as we stand. Okay, so leading by 2 seconds, Theodore Jensen in the 28 car. The CD Sports team, Gregory Savet, the Zosnaev Bronze Cup car running in second, and with 30 seconds advantage over William Vermont in the 57 in 3rd place, the SKR Performance by Graf team. Behind them in the 23 events racing, Augustin Bernier. So it looks like 2 top 10s for their team. Jamie Winslow in 7th with Alim Gashev, 3 seconds behind 6th. And in between Bernier in the Southern, Lemmy Carr, who had a lot of their pit stops very early. So somehow 2 teams, the Winslow-Geshev team in the car number 1, they've gotten away with 6 pit stops. And Markin Lackerman in the 99 car for Naguti competition by M Racing, also just 6 pit stops. They are, let me double check, there's one more team actually, Loris Kuipers, who are still due. They've got to pit, that team. So only 2 cars have gotten away with 2 pit stops. So how have they managed that refueling? Full tank gets you about 1 hour and 10 minutes. Yes, we spent time under safety car. Yes, we spent time under full course yellow, so about 45 minutes probably in total. I can't imagine there's much left in that tank of either the number 1 or the 99 car. Theodor Jensen in the 28, just eking out a 2.27 second lead over Gregory Sauvet. That is the 2 cars in the top 2 spots. That is a direct race for the win on your screen right there, those 2. Traffic coming up, no less than 4 back markers to get past. '57 car is in 3rd place, William Vermont, 32 seconds behind 2nd place. So we've got a race for 1st and 2nd, and we've got a race for 3rd and 4th, the last step of the podium. Augustin Bernier, the silver driver for 23 events racing, will be chasing down a podium. They were denied one last time out at Paul Ricard, courtesy of the number 1 car, and that incident with the refueling. They'll put that behind them and go for the podium at MAGNY-COURS. That's your leading car, Theodor Jensen. Teammates this weekend, Emmanuel Piguet and Jeremy Clavard. And they've got their silver driver, their 1 silver driver of 3 on the last leg. And it looks like he's going to bring it home. The gap has come down to under 2 seconds. Is more than likely because of the back markers they're having to navigate at the moment. In fact, they've not got through them yet. There's 4 still up the road. This, hang on a second. I'm leading the race, get out the way, and 2nd is hot on my tail. Whoever wins this, I mean, there's 2 brilliant stories here. The 28 car, CD Sport, have come from 33rd on the grid but to potentially take the win, and even equal to or better Bronze Cup car of Zoshnaif, Gregory Sauvet behind the wheel at the moment, as well as Xavier Naif and Thierry Petit. Bronze Cup car, all bronze team, could potentially also take the win, but guaranteed, I'd say, 2nd place. They're not going to lose 30 seconds now. All right, gets past 1, 3 to come. I'll put a tiny bit of breathing space between him and Gregory Sauvet, but more to get past. 3 in front of him. Do they know the situation? I doubt it. Sauvet struggling to get past the back of those 4. Everybody's racing. You can call them back markers, but they're also racing in their own race. Who is that in front of them? Let me just see on the track map in a moment. And gets past the 2nd just. Does Theodor Jensen past the 555 car. And that's Sebastian Morales at the wheel. Next up the road is the number 13. And that car is running in 20th place, Malcolm Hernandez. 777's got a 4-second specific pit stop, stop and go penalty for a pit stop infringement. That won't affect anything we're looking at in the top 10 at the moment. And not a bronze car either. Little bit wide. Under the pressure of Theodor Jensen, flashing and in the way. Gregory Savet is desperate to get past the 555 car, because all the time we're running down the clock towards 7 minutes now. But ideally, we do not leave this race in front of us. Does get through. So now we'll be directly behind the race leader, with one more car for them both to get past. And Theodor Jensen is just about to do it. Blue lights flashing to move over. So through goes your race leader, and that should be the last hurdle completed, other than holding off Gregory Savet. Savet should also be given the blue lights to allow him to pass when he gets there. But he has lost a little bit of ground, hasn't he? Maybe half a second or so, which isn't much considering they've both had to get past 4 cars in the last lap and a half. So Jensen, I was going to say, is in clean air. 2 more cars up the road, might not reach them. There's a 13 car of Switch Racing, going to allow Gregory Savet to switch places with him. And the lead, which was 1.6 or so seconds, won't change too much. In fact, it stays exactly the same. That's a rarity. Right, come on, Gregory Savet, you have running out of time. There's going to be 3 more laps of this race. William Vermont is holding a 2.25 second lead over Augustin Bernier. They are fighting for 3rd step of the podium. Nicolas Prost has got 13 seconds to make up if he wants to get involved in that fight. Surely, not only with 3 laps remaining. What's the lap times? He's actually lapped slower. Oh no, yeah, a 10th slower than the 2 in front of him just on the last lap. Of course, that doesn't take into account things like traffic, which we haven't seen. Gregory Savet is through, has his sights firmly set on Theodor Jensen. Keep 4 wheels on the black stuff. Nice clean overtakes of the cars in front. And a win is on the cards. They are most definitely going to catch this traffic. I thought they might just stick out ahead. But there'll be more to navigate. They've all got past cleanly so far. Nice to say, no real collisions at all today. No major ones, just 1 crash early on for Romain Carton, which he walked away from, thankfully. But otherwise, an uneventful in terms of contact race, which is great. Nobody wants to damage any of these cars. Right, Jensen to get past yet another car, with Gregory Savet hot on his heels for the win. It's the 27, it's a 23 events racing team car. Does get through at first time of asking. Will the same be afforded to Savet? Or will this just allow another? Oh, Does get through, switch back on the inside. That is a great move, actually, from Gregory Savet. Next up the road is the 99 car. And, we saw plenty of that earlier. Led the race for quite a bit. The Nagouti competition by Emma Racing after the safety car. Martin Lackerman in 8th position at the moment. That's how far ahead these cars are off the field. Now, you wouldn't call 8th the back marker, would you? But this is a lap coming up. We get 2 more laps of the circuit in. We'll cross the start and finish line. And we'll drop down to 0 on the next, and the checker flag will come down after 4 hours of racing. They are your top 2 cars. After 4 hours, there is 1.2 seconds between our first 2 cars on track. To give you some perspective, last time out, it was just about a minute between the top 2 cars. In the Endurance Cup last time round, 2 minutes. Oh, a wheel on the gravel, and nearly a spin out for Theodor Jensen. What are you playing at? Keep it clean and tidy. Oh, that would have sent a shiver down his spine. And Gregory Savet is ready to absolutely pounce on this. You would have seen that. He'd be licking his lips. Still got to get past the Nagouti competition car, the 99. Oh, this is utterly brilliant. Look at this. Theodor Jensen continues to lead over Gregory Savet. Looking for the outside, closes the door. A quarter of a second between your top 2. And they've got a car to get past. This could be everything. This is the last lap of the race, folks. 4 hours, we are down to quarter of a second. Goes for the outside. Jensen gets through. Will Savet? Yes, just. And he goes for another outside move. Surely not on the outside of that turn. On the Adelaide hairpin. Not a chance. But I love the optimism. Right. They should now have some clear air. What is Savet doing? He's not going to let you through. Goes for a quick out wide. I am here. I'm sure Theodor Jensen knows you're there. Don't worry. Turn number 9 and 10. 7 corners to go to decide the winner of round 2 at MAGNY-COURS. A wonderful ending to the Endurance Prototype Cup round 2. And he's pulled out an ever so slight gap, the best he's had for about half a lap. Turn 13, the long right-hander. They'll head all the way down to the Complex de Ligier, the final chicane. They have raced for 132 laps, 4 hours of racing, and it's going to come down to the final turn. And Theodor Jensen for car 28, the CD Sport team, hang on to the Bronze Cup car. Gregory Savet, 70, Zosh now. What a performance. They qualified 33rd on the grid, and they've taken the win in round 2 at MAGNY-COURS. And there's a spin out right at the end. But it doesn't matter, that's your 3rd car coming through. William Vermont in the 57 for the SKR Performance Bikecraft team. They'll take the 3rd step of the podium. That is a remarkable finish. I don't think they can quite believe it either. 0.45 of a second between 1st and 2nd. 4th place will be 23 Events Racing Team for the 2nd race in a row. They pick up 4. It was the number 1 car last time round. No, hang on, 154. Nicolas Prost takes 4th place. Victor Bernier, the number 7 car, who had so many pits early on. 23 events racing will pick up 6th and 7th with the 23 and the 1. So it was an overtake very late on for Nicolas Prost to take 4th place, and for Victor Bernier. And was it the spin out? Was that Augustin Bernier who spun out in the 23? We saw plenty of gravel and dust come up. I think it was, you know. But there is your winning car. Theo Jensen, take a bow, survived the last half a dozen laps, being pursued left, right and centre by the Belgian Gregory Sauvet. Holds off the Belgian, and a flurry of Frenchmen in the very closing stages. Some appreciation shown by our marshals as all the cars complete their in laps back towards the garages, and a few of them will be standing on the podium. So a 2nd overall and a Bronze Cup win for the car number 70, the Zoschneif team. 2nd in the Bronze Cup. The distance between them was pretty impressive. 15th overall for the car number 30, the CD Sport. They'll be on the Bronze Cup podium. And in 3rd place in the Bronze Cup, the car number 500 as the FTW Racing team. Quietly today, just got themselves on the podium. Didn't really mention them too much throughout. But achieving their aims in Bronze Cup competition. Well, there is Theo Jensen. What a drive. And Gregory Sauvet deserves the same accolades. Just excellent from both. They'll watch that back a few times. ...133 laps completed by our first Southern cars, 132 for most of the rest. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. You certainly did from our position. And fingers crossed, we will get a chat down there with our winners. Congratulations, CD Sport team, car number 28. So ideally, we'll get a jump down to the Parc Fermé area very shortly, have a chat with some of our drivers, ideally our winner. Before that, we should get official confirmation of our results. Here we go. Yeah, the team of CD Sport, Clavard, Piguet and Jensen from 33rd on the grid take the win by half a second over the Zoschneif. Bronze Cup team, Sauvet, Nauf and Petit. And bringing up 3rd place in the 57, the team of SKR Performance by Graf, Rupp, Vavant and Capillier, 39 seconds behind your leaders. Just missing out on the podium. Strong finish from Nicolas Prost alongside Creed and Alvarez in the 154, the best of the Kojimo Racing teams, who win several strong positions throughout that race, but settle for 4th. Then the car number 7, the Extreme Limite team, took all their pit stops very early on, and it paid off for them, 5th finish. And then a couple of the 23 events racing team, 20 car, 23 and 1, to add to their 4th place finish from Paul Ricard just over a month ago. 8th is the car number 99 Noguchi competition by M Racing with Kude, Lakiman and Noguchi. And rounding out your top 10, car number 6, which was the ANS Motorsport team of Chia, Aguilera and Wiesenberger, converting pole position into a top 10. And then finally, the car 386 in position number 10, the other Kojimo Racing team to make that top 10, with Rich, Robert Prince and Posmentier. So there's your top 10. You can see the remainder all 1 lap plus down. Anything outside the top 7 was 1 lap and beyond. And again, ideally, in just a moment, we will jump down to the pits.
We're here with the winners of the day. Okay. With the winners of the day, CD Sport, car number 28. It was an intense battle during all the race, but the last lap was astonishing. Wow, it was insane. At the finish line, 0.4 seconds gap. It was crazy. First words after this wins, it's unbelievable.
Unbelievable. We're starting for 34. First, Jeremy did a great work. First, unbelievable. I took the car after. It was unbelievable. So I pushed everything I had, and Theo did a great job to finish it. And it was so many pressure at the end. So many pressure. Too close. He finished with a sprint race. Really, it was unbelievable.
Theo, you were in the car in the last lap. You were under pressure with the number 70. So give us your thoughts.
Yeah, after the last mandatory, before that we didn't really know how close it was going to be, and I was just kind of cruising by myself. And then after that, it was, I think, 10 or 12 minutes left, and I see him right behind, and I was just trying to push as much as possible without making a mistake, and yeah, it went pretty well. Car was amazing at the end, so yeah, I mean, not much.
All you guys have done a great work all race long. Jeremy, how was your feeling in the last lap when you saw Theodore in the first place, under pressure, and he did a great job to keep the first place?
Honestly, I have no clue. I mean, the last lap was like flying, and at the same time, I was like, the time was not even going. So yeah, it's like a crazy feeling. I really want to thank the mechanics, because we have to remember that we start from last. We had the mechanics issue during the quali. We had no idea where we would have finished. And it was really, it's not a surprise, because we knew we would be fast, and we had the best drivers, one of the best lineups. So we are like, it's not a surprise, but from starting from last, it was quite a big bet. So we are very happy, and that's really like a teamwork. The mechanics did look at them, they are like exhausted as well. So yeah, it was crazy.
Thank you guys, it was a crazy race. This one will stay in the books for sure. And you start from almost last to first with very tiny gaps. Congratulations again, and see you in Mugello.
See you.
Thank you guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
See you in Mugello.
Thank you.
Well, I think you could watch another 25 races in the Endurance Prototype Cup and you won't see another finish like that. Half a second after 4 hours. And even half a second was generous. It was 0.2 of a second, wasn't it? Into points of that final lap. And I was just checking back. I took a photo a couple of hours ago. And to be fair, the CD Sport team were leading 2 hours ago. And yes, there was changes during the pit stops, but from starting from 33rd, the penultimate last row of the grid today, to get into the lead at the halfway stage and then hold it until the very end, incredible. But equal praise must go to the Zoschneif team. Bronze Cup car, all bronze team, holding on to second position.
Devant, qui partit en pole position avec la numéro 54. Et on retrouve Eric Sellis au micro pour commenter cette course également. Gilles Smits qui vire en tête au premier virage à l'entrée des S de la Verrerie. Et ça semble être passé pour tout le monde. C'est déjà la bonne nouvelle de ce deuxième départ de la Legend Car, car on l'a vu ce matin. Il y avait eu quelques frottements de carrosserie. Oula, attention là, un blocage de roue là. Ouh, ouais, ça, il y a un problème là, semble-t-il, pour cette voiture qui part au large et qui a poussé le concurrent bien involontairement, qui s'est retrouvé dans le run-off. Mais là, clairement, il y avait un problème de frein. Alors, on n'a pas pu voir passer, enfin, on n'a pas vu le numéro lorsque cette voiture est passée devant nous, mais c'est cette voiture avec la teinte noire et orange là qui s'est totalement ratée au niveau du freinage. Peut-être Maxime Lieutenant, le numéro 60, ça pourrait être lui. En tout cas, ça a été, oui, et d'ailleurs la direction de course l'a noté, hein. Je pense que clairement le pilote qui a été aussi propulsé à l'extérieur de la chicane a dû se demander ce qui lui est arrivé. Mais là, il était un petit peu en perdition. On va essayer. Ah, on n'a pas vu le numéro, mais je pense qu'effectivement, c'est bien ça. Et pour l'instant, c'est Thibaut Chiron qui réalise le meilleur premier partiel dans ce premier tour, dans le premier secteur. 46. Non, c'est pas possible. 46 107 pour 45 883 par exemple, ou 45 4. Là, il y a un petit souci de synthé sur le chrono. Voilà, on va attendre que tout ça revienne et reprenne sa place. Oula, la courbe de signe, elle est très très large pour certains. Et on va arriver dans le double droit du bossé. Oula, la 24 là qui part en tête à queue. Non, ça a été limite. Mais on a quelques figures de style. Là, on vous l'a déjà dit ce matin, si vous étiez avec nous lors de la première course, c'est une catégorie qui est très spectaculaire. Des voitures hyper légères, moins de 500 kg, plus de 140 chevaux. Donc autant dire qu'on a vite fait de se faire un petit peu surprendre. Mais pour l'heure, eh bien, ça donne des courses spectaculaires. Et de ce point de vue-là, eh bien, on ne va pas bouder notre plaisir. Alors, qui est repassé en tête?
C'est Manon Glohagen.
Et voilà, il me semblait bien, hein, effectivement.
C'est Manon Glohagen avec la Legends Cars numéro 711, elle, pilote de la catégorie Racer, vainqueur de cette catégorie sur la première course. Et là, elle se retrouve en tête du classement général après
un tour.
Un tour. Ah oui, c'est un tour.
C'est le premier tour, tout simplement.
Ah oui, il y avait le tour de formation avec ce départ lancé. Et ça fait un tour de 39 exactement pour Manon Glohagen. Attention derrière Thibaut Chiron qui pointe à 1 dixième seulement. Thibaut Chiron qui a décidé tout de suite d'attaquer la pilote de la catégorie Racer, mais qui nous fait une deuxième course sensationnelle. Tout à l'heure, elle avait terminé à la 6e position, mais à la première place en Racer, ce qui est déjà superbe performance pour elle. Et pour l'instant, elle améliore même son meilleur résultat. C'est pas terminé, il reste encore un peu de temps, 16 minutes 30 secondes. Sur Maxime Laforêt. On a un tir coupé de Maxime là qui se retrouve un petit peu dans le paquet. Ça va pas être évident maintenant de remonter tout le monde. Alors, est-ce qu'on a des nouvelles de Romain Charbonnier? Romain Charbonnier qui a pris le départ.
Il est 4e.
Il est 4e, voilà. Je cherchais. Il était un peu plus haut que ce que je pensais. Excellent départ, hein. Lui qui s'est lancé en 7e position. Il gagne 3 places déjà.
Allez, on est un petit peu plus loin là, aux alentours du top 10, à la 11e position, là, sur ce trio là qui est en bagarre également. Vous voyez, hein, même si les niveaux sont peut-être différents entre les pilotes, il y a toujours moyen dans ce peloton des Legends Cars de retrouver de la bagarre et avec qui croiser le fer. Attention, elle est sous pression, Manon. Est-ce qu'il va y avoir une attaque de Thibaut Chiron à l'entrée du double droit du bossé? J'ai bien l'impression que oui. Thibaut Chiron qui a porté une attaque et qui devrait... Ah non, il a été repoussé. Et voilà, Manon qui a bien contenu cette attaque de Chiron qui tentait de l'intimider à l'entrée du double droit du bossé. Thibaut Chiron qui en est pour ses frais et qui eh bien, doit rester deuxième. Attention quand même de ne pas faire tout et n'importe quoi. Derrière, il y a du monde qui attend et qui s'impatiente, à l'image de Gilles Smith qui est en 3... non, il n'est pas en 3e position. Là, il a dû perdre une...
Il est 4e.
Ouais, il a perdu une position. Parce que je pense que c'est Charbonnier hein, qui est passé 3e. On le cherchait tout à l'heure, il était 4e. Et bien là, il est 3e.
Allez, fin de ce deuxième tour dans quelques instants. Et confirmation C'est bien Roman Charbonnier qui va passer la ligne en 3e position. Toujours Manon Glohagen avec seulement 9 centièmes même d'avance sur Thibaut Chiron. Charbonnier 3e, Smith 4e. Pierre-Laury de Brousseau qui perd 2 places sur ce tour précédent et qui laisse Maxime Lieutenant et Maxime Sontag passer en 5e et 6e position. Elle tient très très bien cette première place, Manon Glohagen, si elle est mise sous pression par l'un des tout meilleurs pilotes de ce championnat. Oh, attention, ça rentre au stand pour la numéro 11. Dépose littéralement Thibaut Chiron sur ses premiers mètres. Attention, ça se déporte là-bas. Il y a une tentative d'attaque avant l'entrée de la chicane nord. Est-ce que ça va se confirmer?
Qui essaye de déborder entre
un Charbonnier même qui est là, qui va essayer de passer en 2e position, mais ça tient bon pour Manon Glohagen et Thibaut Chiron. Pas de changement finalement dans ce top 4.
Ouais, Manon Glohagen qui contrôle parfaitement pour l'instant, et Dieu sait si c'est compliqué de pouvoir tenir. Normalement les hélicos ne font pas partie de la course, c'est juste une petite précision pour ce plan de caméra. Donc Manon Glohagen là attention à l'intérieur là dans la courbe de signe, par contre j'ai l'impression qu'elle s'est fait surprendre
par Roman Charbonnier.
Ouais, par Roman Charbonnier, et elle va tenter peut-être de répliquer à l'intérieur à l'entrée du double droit du Bossé, mais ça ne passera pas. Ouais, Roman Charbonnier qui a pris le lead maintenant devant Manon Glohagen, et qui elle emmène dans son sillage Thibaut Chiron et Gilles Smith.
Il en a à revendre, Roman Charbonnier, après sa non-participation à la première course où il n'a pas marqué de points, mais qui est arrivé ici dans le Var avec le statut de leader du championnat Legends Cars. Et bien là il va essayer de rattraper un maximum de points. Il le fait bien en étant en tête de la course pour l'instant. C'est pas terminé, Manon Glohagen n'a pas dit son dernier mot. Derrière Thibaut Chiron non plus, il reste en embuscade, il est patient Thibaut Chiron, il reste 12 minutes avant la fin de cette course et il attend le bon moment. Alors il sait que le championnat c'est long, surtout avec 4 courses par week-end.
Et puis il faut peut-être pas non plus se livrer trop tôt, parce que on a la possibilité de se faire contrer, de se faire reprendre, et je pense que c'est ce qu'il est peut-être en train de se dire. Il est pour l'instant calé en 3e position, il n'y a pas trop de menaces derrière lui pour l'instant, et bien il va voir un petit peu comment ça évolue entre Roman Charbonnier et Manon Glohagen, et peut-être sur la dernière partie de course, dans les 5 dernières minutes, peut-être essayer de hausser le rythme et de se détacher pour aller chercher une victoire.
Il y en a un qui a un peu plus de mal sur cette deuxième course, c'est Maxime, le champion numéro 25 de cette Legends Cars Cup. Que 5e, pas mal de prendre retard sur la tête du championnat avant ce week-end sur le circuit Paul Ricard.
Sur la tête de course, sur les images, avec semble-t-il du changement en tête, puisque on a désormais Thibaut Chiron qui est aux avant-postes avec dans son sillage Gilles Smith, les 2 hommes forts de la première course de ce matin. Et derrière, on retrouve
Manon Glohagen et Maxime Lieutenant, si je dis pas de bêtises.
Je crois que c'est Lieutenant qui est devant Manon, visiblement, sous réserve que la perspective de la caméra non, il est passé 2e, Lieutenant. C'est effectivement Thibaut Chiron qui a cédé une position, et Lieutenant qui essaye une nouvelle fois de se porter à l'intérieur dans le double droit de
Gilles Smith, le 54.
Ouais, mais Lieutenant est 5e. Bonnier sur Thibaut Chiron. Est-ce que Gilles Smith a conservé cette première position? Oui, Il est toujours là, le pilote belge numéro 54, alors que Manon Glohagen, elle, a de plus en plus de mal à tenir le rythme des leaders. C'est fini pour Manon, malheureusement, elle n'aura plus son mot à dire dans cette course pour le podium, à moins effectivement que dans ce quatuor de tête, les choses évoluent et qu'il y ait quelques dégâts dans les derniers tours, alors qu'on nous signale un drapeau jaune dans le premier secteur. Ah, ça a été effacé, donc voilà, une petite figure de style peut-être pour un concurrent. En tout cas, c'est clair que l'action se passe devant maintenant. Attention, Gilles Smith menacé à l'entrée du double droite du Bosset. Et c'est Jérôme Charbonnier qui trouve l'ouverture, et peut-être même Thibaut Chiron à l'intérieur qui aura l'avantage, qui parcourra moins de terrain. Ouais, Maxime Lieutenant était tout proche aussi de profiter de l'ouverture sur Gilles Smith. Pour l'instant, eh bien, ça se... C'était limite pour Charbonnier. Là, il a fait une très belle virgule là, sur l'asphalte du circuit Paul Ricard. Mais du coup, bien tout le monde s'est regroupé. Et un qui n'a pas dit son dernier mot, c'est Maxime Lieutenant qui se présente à l'intérieur et qui commence à attaquer tout doucement. Alors, c'est pas encore le dernier tour, mais début du dernier tour lors du passage sur la ligne. C'est-à-dire dans un instant, Charbonnier, Chiron, Smith, Lieutenant qui, pour s'imposer sur cette deuxième course Legends Cars Cup aujourd'hui au Castellet. Réponse dans moins d'un tour désormais. Chiron, il est à l'aspiration dans le pare-choc arrière de Charbonnier. Va-t-il se décaler au moment de rentrer dans la verrerie? Ça ne semble pas être le cas, alors que derrière, eh bien, Maxime Lieutenant, lui, a semble-t-il attaqué Gilles Smith. Et Maxime Lieutenant, hein, on ne se fait pas de cadeau entre pilotes belges. Et là, c'est la place qui compte, c'est pas la course d'équipe, hein, bien évidemment. On est un petit peu plus loin là, avec la numéro 12 et c'est reparti pour Lieutenant face à Chiron. Et voilà, c'est confirmé pour Lieutenant, pardon, c'est Charbonnier. Je lui en veux, hein, à Roman Charbonnier. Roman Charbonnier qui est donc aux commandes avec Thibaut Chiron dans son sillage. C'est le dernier tour. Hein. On est dans le dernier tour. Maxime Lieutenant n'a pas dit son dernier mot non plus. Eric, regardez, il est troisième, ça y est, il a désormais sa place sur le podium. Lui qui était un peu loin de la discussion en début de course. Et il se retrouve désormais sur le podium du général, le podium de cette catégorie Elite Pro, hein, qui regroupe les meilleurs pilotes. Charbonnier, Chiron et Maxime Lieutenant. Gilles Smith désormais en quatrième position, qui est en train de tout perdre. Ça ressort très fort pour Roman Charbonnier de la chicane. Et attention à ce dernier secteur là qui arrive, hein, entre le double droite du Bosset, où tout à l'heure on a vu quelques figures de style, et ensuite la réaccélération au virage du lac et la courbe de Garlaban. Et regardez Maxime Lieutenant, qui vire en tête à la sortie de la courbe de Cygne. Bon, attention, Gilles Smith également qui ressort un peu plus à l'intérieur et qui va repasser en tête. Incroyable, les deux pilotes belges qui sont en train de prendre l'ascendant, mais Chiron à l'intérieur qui essaye de repasser devant. Non, ça ne suffira pas. Ah, il a fait un choix stratégique discutable là, sur ce coup-là, Thibaut Chiron. Mais ce n'est pas terminé, il reste encore 3 virages. Le virage de Bandor, la courbe du Garlaban. Le freinage du virage du pont, à mon avis, risque d'être un petit peu... mouvementé, me semble-t-il, parce que là on a 3 concurrents roue dans roue. Attention, Smith qui ferme les portes, ça va être entendu pour Gilles Smith qui va aller chercher la victoire. La Belgique est en train de tout rafler sur cette course. Gilles Smith devant Maxime Lieutenant, Thibaut Chiron 3e, Roman Charbonnier 4e. Le passage sous le drapeau à damier. Quelle course encore une fois. Et c'est Gilles Smith qui s'impose. C'est confirmé pour 5 centièmes seulement devant Maxime Lieutenant 2e, Thibaut Chiron 3e, Roman Charbonnier au pied du podium 4e. Et bien on s'est régalé, Eric. Ah ouais, très belle course. On vous l'a dit, hein, il y a toujours du spectacle dans ces Legends Cars Cup. Et donc Gilles Smith qui ce matin avait terminé derrière Thibaut Chiron, et bien là s'impose. Maxime Lieutenant s'intercale entre les deux hommes forts de ce matin, et ce qui fait que Thibaut Chiron termine en 3e position. Roman Charbonnier, non sans avoir tout essayé, et bien doit malheureusement pour lui se contenter de la 4e place. En tout cas, c'est une course durant laquelle on s'est vraiment régalé. Bertrand le confirmait il y a quelques instants. Vraiment, on s'est fait plaisir, et les pilotes se font plaisir, ne serait-ce qu'à tous les niveaux de la course, hein. On l'a bien vu, il y a des bagarres à tous les les étages. Et bien comme il l'a dit, la Belgique s'est imposée en terre française. Revanche à Spa-Francorchamps, puisque Ultimate Cup Series passera à Francorchamps, donc on verra si les choses seront bien faites ou pas dans les Ardennes. Mais pour l'heure, on va savourer, et ça, sachant qu'en plus il y a encore 2 autres courses à disputer, ça nous promet bien du spectacle.
Legends Cars, 4e et dernière course de cette première manche ici sur le circuit Paul Ricard. Première manche Ultimate Cup Series, mais deuxième manche dans cette saison 2026 du Legends Cars Cup, avec donc un départ qui va être donné dans quelques instants. Alors on va vous informer qu'il y a déjà eu un départ malheureusement qui s'est pas très bien passé, avec eh bien, un drapeau rouge qui a été présenté aux pilotes après ce départ, après plusieurs accrochages dans la ligne droite des stands. Et donc cette procédure de départ qui a recommencé, et les pilotes attendent eh bien, le départ du tour de formation. Et c'est parti, ils peuvent reprendre place sur la piste, effectuer leur tour de formation, et puis ensuite il y aura un tour de lancer, parce que c'est un départ lancé hein, sur cette dernière course comme d'habitude. On espère que cette fois ça va bien se passer, que les pilotes vont pouvoir prendre leur envol comme prévu.
Alors suite à ce drapeau rouge qui est intervenu dès le départ, bien évidemment la grille va être inchangée, donc on va retrouver les mêmes pilotes sur leur position initiale. Reste à savoir maintenant si eh bien, les voitures qui ont été évacuées ont pu être entre guillemets réparées, ce qui me semble peut-être un petit peu juste compte tenu du peu de temps qui s'est écoulé entre cette interruption de course et le restart. Donc on devrait avoir une grille quelque peu clairsemée suite à cet envol quelque peu complexe dans ce premier départ de la 4e course de la Legends Cars, qui va reprendre son cours d'ici quelques instants. Les pilotes sont du côté de la ligne droite du Mistral et en train de remonter vers la chicane nord. On va voir ce que ça va donner dans quelques instants. Je pense qu'on va avoir une procédure de départ accélérée avec juste une remise en grille, et ensuite la leading. Je crois que même la voiture est déjà devant. Donc ça se trouve, je pense même qu'on va peut-être repartir tout de suite. Il y a peut-être une chance qu'on soit directement dans ce tour de formation. On va ensuite se mettre en grille dans le sillage de cette voiture de sécurité, de voiture de la direction de course, et lorsqu'elle va s'écarter, eh bien, je pense qu'on sera parti. Alors une information importante, la course va être réduite de 5 minutes. Le temps de course va être réduit de 5 minutes. Voilà la voiture qui s'est positionnée, la leading car qui s'est positionnée devant le peloton. On retrouve Gilles Smith aux avant-postes. Gilles Smith qui aura forcément le goût de la revanche dans la bouche avec cette arrivée ô combien disputée il y a de cela à peine 2 heures maintenant. Chiron qui a réussi à lui souffler la victoire dans le dernier virage. Et voilà les pilotes là maintenant qui sont en train de se ranger derrière la ligne car, avec donc Gilles Smith et Maxime Lieutenant sur la première ligne, Thibaut Chiron qui partage la 2e ligne avec Romain Charbonnier. Alors que du côté de la direction de course, évidemment, on va se pencher sur ce premier départ qui a donné lieu à cette interruption de course suite à cet accrochage, on pourrait presque dire collectif, parce qu'il y a 5 voitures, comme le disait Bertrand, qui ont été impliquées dans ce fait de course. Voilà le peloton qui est en train de se reformer ligne par ligne. Et je pense qu'on va partir directement, me semble-t-il, La voiture qui, après le virage du pont, va certainement s'écarter sur la droite de la piste. Voilà qui est fait. On va laisser évidemment Gilles Smith donner le rythme de ce départ. C'est lui qui doit franchir la ligne de chronométrage en premier. On a interdiction de doubler tant que le leader n'est pas passé. Et ensuite, on va accélérer pour rentrer dans la course proprement dit, en espérant cette fois que le départ se passe sans encombre pour l'intégralité du peloton. Pour l'instant, ça semble être le cas. Et je pense que Gilles Smith, oui, est en train de conserver le leadership, alors que derrière, eh bien, c'est Thibaut Chiron. Oh là 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 là, il y a eu contact là du côté de la verrie avec Charbonnier qui est parti en tête à queue. Heureusement, il a pu rattraper sa voiture. Mais par contre, il a perdu énormément de place. Il reprend la course à Romain Charbonnier qui était en 4e position sur la grille de départ. Là, il va reprendre position dans le dernier tiers du peloton de cette Legends Cars Cup. Eh bien, on le disait, ces courses sont toujours animées, sont toujours spectaculaires. Mais cette dernière course semble vouloir se mettre tout en haut de la hiérarchie des rebondissements et des faits de course, avec encore une fois cette figure. Heureusement, il n'y a pas eu de conséquences autres que malheureusement du temps perdu pour Romain Charbonnier. On le voit ici, la numéro 66 qui est aux alentours de la peut-être 12e position à peu près. Il va évidemment rattraper le temps perdu sur les premiers concurrents qui sont devant lui, qui sont un petit peu moins rapides, mais ensuite ça va être compliqué pour revenir sur la tête de course. On va voir. En tout cas, pour l'instant, Gilles Smith est aux commandes avec Thibaut Chiron dans son sillage. Et derrière, on retrouve Maxime Sontag, me semble-t-il, avec Manon Glohagen qui semble être en 4e position. Allez, on va retrouver les voitures là qui sont du côté du double droite du Bossé, alors que tout le monde est en train de négocier la courbe de signe, et ça se passe jusqu'à présent sans encombre. Une trajectoire un petit peu large, un petit peu généreuse sur les Renault du tracé Paul Ricard, à l'image de Fabien Laudet, le numéro 21. Mais pour l'instant, ça passe. Il n'y a pas d'autres problématiques. Ouais, c'est bien confirmé. C'est bien Maxime Sontag qui est en 3e position. Et effectivement, Manon Glohagen 4e, avec toujours ce petit panache de fumée qui s'échappe sur l'arrière gauche, pardon, parce qu'évidemment les images de face, donc il ne faut pas se tromper, l'arrière gauche de la voiture de Manon.
Et Gilles Smith qui va passer la ligne en tête dans quelques instants devant Thibaut Chiron et Maxime Sontag comme prévu.
Voilà, bon départ donc de Maxime Sontag qui était un petit peu plus loin sur la grille de départ. Il partait de la 4e ligne et il a profité d'un très bon départ pour se hisser tout de suite sur le trio de tête.
Et Smith, Chiron, Sontag, Glohagen, lieutenant 5e, Brousseau à la 6e position, 7e Claude Vatten, 8e Fabien Laudet, 9e François Beltrando, Romain Charbonnier a passé la ligne en 10e position. Décidément un week-end compliqué pour Charbonnier, qui a eu des problèmes mécaniques, qui en piste un petit peu de mal à rester sur le rythme des premiers, même s'il a signé un podium en course 3 tout à l'heure, avec une fin de course assez sensationnelle.
Maxime Lieutenant qui met la pression sur Manon Glohagen, mais pour l'instant elle résiste. Manon, elle a repoussé cette attaque au virage de l'école et elle a négocié le virage de la Sainte-Baume également sans problème. Voilà donc pour ce tour qui se poursuit, et les pilotes qui sont maintenant du côté de la chicane nord de la ligne droite du Mistral, avec, me semble-t-il, une attaque de Maxime Lieutenant à l'intérieur sur Manon Glohagen. Et c'est passé, ouais, effectivement, c'est passé pour Maxime qui prend la 4e position. Maxime Lieutenant donc qui est passé en 4e position et qui a avalé également. Oula, il y a un problème là pour Maxime Sontag qui a perdu 2 positions. Manon Glohagen qui a profité de cette attaque de Maxime Lieutenant pour lui sauter dans l'aspiration et en profiter pour passer devant Maxime Sontag. Et là, on voit que les deux Legends Cars sont maintenant 3e et 4e. Maintenant, Plagen qui reste finalement 4e après ses péripéties. Et attention, parce que je pense que du côté de Maxime Sontag, on n'a pas dit son dernier mot, bien évidemment.
Ouais, Maxime Sontag qui attend toujours, qui cherche toujours son premier podium du week-end avec cette numéro 27 Smith Chiron. Maxime Sontag qui rôde également pas très loin derrière. Il reste 10 minutes avant le drapeau à damier. Maxime Lieutenant tout d'abord, Manon Glohagen, Maxime Sontag. Voilà, les 5 premiers même de cette course sont en train de s'échapper. Et ici derrière on retrouve Pierre-Lauril Brousseau en 6e position, un peu isolé. Et derrière c'est Romain Charbonnier avec cette Legends Cars bleu ciel qui peut sortir également du lot dans ses derniers tours. Pour l'instant il est loin pour le podium.
A priori, on a un message de la direction de course comme quoi Manon Glohagen serait pénalisée de 10 secondes pour avoir été jugée responsable d'un accrochage. Alors, est-ce que c'est une pénalité qui est relative au premier départ? Ça doit être le cas, hein, parce que là, sur ce deuxième départ, on n'a rien vu de spectaculaire, hormis effectivement le tête à queue de Roman Charbonnier. Alors, est-ce que c'est dans ce restart que Manon Glohagen et Roman Charbonnier se sont accrochés? En tout cas, la décision est tombée. La direction de course a considéré que c'était Manon la responsable. Et de fait, eh bien, elle va être pénalisée de 10 secondes à l'arrivée de la course.
Mais ça va faire très très mal. 10 secondes en Legends Cars, c'est une décision qui est dure pour Manon Glohagen qui peut encore espérer être sur le podium de cette catégorie racer. On va surveiller les écarts avant la fin de la course. Manon Glohagen toujours à l'attaque avec derrière elle pour la traquer. C'est Maxime Sontag et Maxime Lieutenant. Elle est 3e pour l'instant, Manon Glohagen.
Les deux Maxime qui sont en train de s'expliquer. Hein.
Et devant, on a Gilles Smith et Thibaut Chiron. Derrière, c'est un peu l'inverse de la course de tout à l'heure où c'était Chiron et Smith en tant que poursuivants.
Alors là, c'est de savoir effectivement si la physionomie de la course 3 à laquelle on a assisté en début de matinée va se reproduire, mais cette fois à l'inverse, puisque comme l'a expliqué Bertrand, c'était Thibaut qui menait tout à l'heure devant Gilles. Là, c'est Gilles Smith qui ouvre la piste, qui ouvre la voie devant Thibaut Chiron. Alors, je pense que Thibaut, il a compris, vu la manœuvre réussie tout à l'heure, qu'il n'y avait peut-être pas forcément besoin d'attaquer trop tôt. Mais évidemment, Gilles Smith, lui, va vouloir se mettre à l'abri. Hein. Et attention, attaque entre les deux Maxime Sontag à l'extérieur, mais qui est mieux placé pour négocier le virage du pont et qui va donc de fait conserver en principe. Regardez, c'est un peu le même cas de figure que tout à l'heure. En protégeant la trajectoire intérieure, il perd de la vitesse. Et ensuite, eh bien, Maxime Lieutenant à la réaccélération, vous voyez, prend le meilleur sur Maxime Sontag. Et on a également Manon Glohagen qui est en train d'arbitrer un petit peu ce duel.
Allez, Gilles Smith qui arrive dans les S de l'Aver et Thibaut Chiron qui préfère rester au chaud derrière, tranquillement installé à quelques centimètres du pare-choc de la 54. Gilles Smith qui mène le rythme de cette course. Il reste 6 minutes et 45 secondes. Et regardez derrière là aussi, on commence à venir se frotter entre Maxime Lieutenant et Maxime Sontag. Alors c'est la 3e place qui se joue avec les deux Maxime, Manon Glohagen et Roman Charbonnier qui petit à petit fait la liaison avec ce groupe de 3 pilotes.
Ça va lui laisser des regrets, hein, forcément, Roman Charbonnier, ce tête à queue, parce qu'il est finalement remonté relativement rapidement. Et on rappelle que le temps de course est réduit. Hein, on a réduit de 5 minutes, donc forcément il faut attaquer très rapidement, mais il est bien revenu. Est-ce qu'il va pouvoir se mêler à la lutte pour la dernière marche du podium? Parce que devant, Gilles Smith et Thibaut Chiron sont quand même un petit peu détachés. Et encore une fois, ils font une course plutôt intelligente à ne pas s'attaquer de façon trop agressive. Pour l'instant, Thibaut Chiron reste derrière. Il laisse le pilote belge Gilles Smith mener, donner le rythme à la course. Alors que derrière, on le voit, hein, les batailles entre les deux Maxime battent leur plein. Et de fait, eh bien, on perd forcément un petit peu de temps là. Maxime Lieutenant et Maxime Sontag qui sont, vous voyez, détachés. Il y a quoi? Il y a une trentaine de mètres environ entre le duo de tête et le duo de poursuivants. Ah, ça y est, Thibaut Chiron qui commence à se décaler dans les rétroviseurs de Gilles Smith.
Il arrive large à l'entrée du Bosset, mais pour recouper à l'intérieur, très probablement dans ce deuxième droite du Bosset. Et finalement, Gilles Smith qui reste extrêmement précis devant, qui ne commet pas d'erreur et qui n'ouvre aucune porte à son plus grand rival de ce week-end, Thibaut Chiron. Smith-Chiron. Avec, on rappelle, victoire pour Chiron dans la première course, victoire de Smith en course 2 et victoire de Chiron en course 3 devant Gilles Smith.
Alors, ce qui est certain, c'est que Gilles Smith, il a forcément retenu la leçon de tout à l'heure. Alors après, je pense que la clé du succès pour Thibaut Chiron, c'est de surprendre Gilles Smith peut-être à un autre endroit pour justement ne pas se faire contrer.
Et on parlait du retour de Romain Charbonnier, Eric, et il vient de signer le meilleur tour en piste, 2:34.6, ce qui veut dire qu'il raccroche encore un petit peu plus. Et oui, il a clairement fait la liaison avec ce groupe de 3 qui devient un groupe de 4 poursuivants pour la 3e position. En train de refaire le coup de tout à l'heure. Il a devant lui Manon Glohagen, Maxime Sontag, Maxime Lieutenant. Et regardez.
Quasiment 4 de front au freinage de la chicane, et Charbonnier qui prend le meilleur sur Glohagen.
Il lui fait l'extérieur, il va se retrouver peut-être à l'intérieur, même si là il n'y a pas beaucoup de place pour passer. Il a gagné une place tout de même à l'entrée de ce 5e tour. Il n'a pas dit son dernier mot, 3 minutes 45, il reste 2 tours. Je pense qu'on est dans l'avant-dernier tour. Confirmé, on va garder un œil sur le chrono. On pourrait se jouer à la seconde.
Et Romain Charbonnier qui pourrait bien être le facteur X de ce dernier tour, avec Maxime Lieutenant, Maxime Sontag qui sont toujours en opposition pour la dernière marche du podium, mais ça pourrait effectivement sourire à Charbonnier si d'aventure les choses ne se passent pas forcément très bien entre la 60 et la 27. La 60 c'est Maxime Lieutenant, la 27 c'est Maxime Sontag. Et du coup, derrière, Romain Charbonnier est en embuscade.
Et attention, devant les poursuivants qui raccrochent la tête de course de plus en plus. Regardez, l'écart s'est considérablement réduit entre Maxime Lieutenant et Thibaut Chiron. Thibaut Chiron, lui, qui est en train de mettre la pression sur Gilles Smith. Attention, il se présente à l'intérieur du Bosset. Il se passe beaucoup de choses, toujours dans le double droite du Bosset.
Les voici qui ressortent.
A very good afternoon and welcome back to MAGNY-COURS for race number 4 in round 3 of the Legend Cars Cup weekend. We have had 3 incredible races so far. It is hard to find the words for what we've seen, and we get to enjoy it for a 4th time in around about 5 minutes time. It has been the races of the weekend. They have been from start to finish just brilliant. Plenty of stories to tell. 5 main protagonists, we must say, amongst the races. But of course, with 4 different classes to play for, there are winners throughout the entire field. The elite pros have been doing themselves proud. We'll get to the grid very shortly. As out come our 27 cars lining up for the 4th race. And we have had the entire 27 involved in every single race. However, we have had a couple of non-classified, in fact a DQ in race number 1 as well. But in general, these cars are incredibly fun to drive, very competitive, and it must be said, the best drivers really do come to the fore. They are so closely matched, of course, in terms of engine and performance. So why are these cars so popular amongst the paddocks? We'll get to that in a second. First of all, let's talk through our grid. In P1, it's going to be Gilles Smits, a 19th, then a win and a win across his weekend so far. Quite the eclectic mix. A 1st, 2nd and a 5th for Max Lieutenant. He'll start alongside on the first row of the grid. Romain Charbonnier, a 2nd, a 3rd and a 4th so far. Looking for that missing piece, the number 1 spot. Maxime Sontag finally got a podium in race number 3 after 2 4th place finishes on Saturday's racing. Thibaut Chiron, a 3rd, a 5th and a 2nd. He starts on row number 3 alongside Maxime Laforet, a 5th, a 6th and a 6th. He is looking to improve his weekend, ideally get into a top 3, a top 4 would be his best finish of the weekend. Eric Chapon has been right up there, but 8th, 7th finishes for him, yet to break into the top 5. He starts on row 4 alongside the pairing of Luton and Blakely. Not sure which one of those is in the car for this race number 4. But 27 cars on the starting grid, and the serial top-enders are, I'm sure, going to provide more entertainment to almost close out this weekend. Still got the Clio Cup race to come, their 2nd race of the weekend to come at 4:20 local time. For the time being, the legends take centre stage. We had the wonderful Endurance Prototype Cup earlier on this afternoon, or this morning. Their 4-hour race, their round 2. Yes, it's the legends at round 3. And the round 2 race for the prototypes, a 4-hour race, was won by 0.4 of a second in the end. It was an absolute thriller. At stages during this race, just in case this is your first time tuning into Legends, don't be surprised if the top 5 cars at any time are separated by less than a second and a half. It's completely normal. What you are watching is expected to happen. There will be on a course or a circuit that is traditionally difficult to overtake on. In race number 3, Gilles Smits won from 19th on the grid. So he was personally responsible for 18 overtakes. And it is not unlikely that you will see the lead change over the next 20 minutes of racing. At least, I'm going to say, a dozen times, maybe more, the lead will change. It will probably change 3 times on the last lap. That is Legends Racing. That is what we do. Lap times are roughly around about 2:02, 2:03. Again, that is across the entire field because they're all driving the same car. 480 kilogram with an 889cc Yamaha MT-09 engine. 0 to 60 or 100 kilometers an hour in 3.5 seconds. Described as having a spacious interior. Not sure what I'd describe as a spacious interior, but an incredible braking system too, as well as acceleration. So these are always an utter thrill. On the front row, double winner, Gilles Smits, and first winner of the weekend, Maxime Lieutenant. Behind them, Charbonnier, Sontag, Chiron and Laforet. Race number 4, of the Legends Cup weekend at MAGNY-COURS. Round 3 is underway. Here we go. First into the first corner, Gilles Smits hold on to his pole position. Straight coming through from third to second, Romain Charbonnier. Maxime Sontag dropping down to fifth position in the green. And around they stream the first corner. We'll keep you up to date as best we can as what's going on throughout the big wide turn from the red. Didn't quite catch the number. But what you will find is it'll be a very similar half a dozen names that are constantly at the front. Romain Charbonnier, his turn to take the lead in the number 66 car. A second, a third and a fourth. He's had everything but a win so far this weekend. But he has led plenty of times, plenty of laps in all three races. Gilles Smits down to fourth from pole. So Charbonnier leads. Thibaut Chiron in third from second. No, here comes Maxime Sontag in the 27. And Gilles Smits and Maxime Lieutenant, who won race number 1. Followed that up by a runner-up finish and a fifth place only in race number 3. These guys do tend to share all of the wins in the front 5. Elsewhere, Axel Matteau and Eric Chapon in 6th and 7th, Emmanuel Burrell in 8th, and Lucas Blakely, the only British driver on the grid, in 9th in the car number 2. Charbonnier, Sontag, Chiron, Smits and Lieutenant. And I believe that is Axel Matteau in the red, or the very deep, dark, bright pink on the right-hand side, looking to make a move. Oh, look at this from Gilles Smits, from fourth to first in one corner at Adelaide. What a move. And that is what can happen. These cars are so small, you make one good move, you make up 3 places on your competitors. So after leading from pole, losing 3 positions down to fourth, and 1 hairpin gets them all back. So Gilles Smits, Maxime Sontag, Romain Charbonnier, Thibaut Chiron, and Maxime Lieutenant, who also started alongside Smits on the front row. This will be back and forth like this for the entirety of the race. Romain Charbonnier pushing through Chiron to go back into third. Smits leads Sontag. Sontag yet to be, although he's been one of the leading pair for all of these races at some point, yet to get on the top 2 steps. Fourth in races 1 and 2. Finally got a podium this morning. It was the first race on track at 9 o'clock. Once again, over the start-finish line. Just check out the gaps here. There's nothing between them at all, is there? Just a snake weaving its way through the Complexe de Lycée. The final chicane before the start-finish straight. It is Smits, Sontag, Charbonnier, Lieutenant, Chiron, Matteau in the pink 8, still in 6th place. Then Coulard, Chapon, Burrell and Gallard. That's your top 10. Don't bother writing that down. And look at the tow they can get on these little vehicles. It is just fascinating to watch. The only thing in Gilles Smits' mirror right now is the entirety of Max Sontag's car. And they are so closely matched, you can both sort of max out at the same speed. A silhouette behind him. Come round turn number 7, Nürburgring. Around the 180, up towards Imola at 12 and 13. This is a wonderful turn, the 180-degree corner. Oh dear, number 13 is out of the race. It looks like that'll be a very precarious position to finish too. 13 is Johan Horen, started in 23rd. Ah, safety car. No, 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 no. We don't want a safety car. Unfortunately, them's the rules, because that car is not in a safe place. Plumb centre of the track, so there'll be no movement. It should be shifted pretty quickly. If we get one lap under the safety car, that is probably going to be it. It's already there at the pit entry waiting. It'll collect our lead car, Gilles Smits. First safety car we've seen in 4 races for the Legends. There it is. So they will that is the replay. That's just an off. That wasn't the car finishing, although maybe it was that damage caused by the bump. Now, they're going to spend half a lap behind the safety car. You will get them keeping the tyres warmed up. They'll dodge, duck, dip, dive and dodge. And just going back to Gilles Smits' victory in race number 3, he rose like a phoenix from position number 19 on the grid to take the win on the final lap. It was pretty sensational. Now, we've not seen eyes on the stranded number 13 yet, since the incident has occurred. I imagine that would be the quickest recovery you can possibly imagine from centre of the track. Stick it on a tow bar and take it away. I wonder what damage was done. It did look like a bumpy ride over the edge of the course, so maybe some significant damage done to the underbelly of the Legend car. Three races so far this weekend, split by 2 cars, 1 for Lieutenant, 2 for Smits. And 5 podiums elsewhere for other cars. So the safety car has come in. We will go racing. And Gilles Smits, the pole sitter, who wasn't always in first place, will regain that position as we restart racing. Ahead of Maxime Sontag, Romain Charbonnier, Thibaut Chiron, Max Lieutenant, Eric Chapon, Coulard, Matteo Borel, Goulard, all in the top 10. As you can see, streaming through corner number 1. So the safety car takes us to the halfway mark of this 20-minute race. It's 20 minutes and plus finish whatever lap you are on. Quite distracting, that soft toy in the back of Gilles Smits' car, isn't it? And if you are as close as Maxime Sontag is now, he's right in your face. Sontag looking at the inside, and he will get the job done, will he? No! Better exit from Gilles Smits. And there's another spinner. Oh, watch out, folks. 27 cars to navigate round that stranded Legend. Sontag does get it done at the second time of asking. Romain Charbonnier gets through as well, drops Gilles Smits down to 3rd place. Thibaut Chiron in 4th, Maxime Lieutenant in 5th. Eric Chapon just being a nuisance in the 411, sticking in 6th place, neither overtaking nor being overtaken. So So far he's had a 7th and an 8th place finish. So a 6th would be his best finish of the week if it sticks like this. Trust me, the positions will change. Sontag leads. Desperate for that first win of the weekend, as is Romain Charbonnier. They are in 1 and 2. That's a pretty good view of the start-finish line if you're leaning over that barrier. Just keep yourself safe. Once again, a 2-minute lap for all these cars. Sontag, Charbonnier, Smits, Lieutenant Chiron and Chapon. Still your top 6, just the front 2 have changed. And we do get to have some lovely chats with the drivers afterwards. It's famous for being an incredibly friendly paddock. Chapon gets through to 5th, drops Thibaut Chiron down to 6th place. And Coulard and Gallard in 7th and 8th. Wow, look at this. A train of 3, and Lieutenant is going to look at taking them all out on the inside. No, he can't. But Smits will get the better of Charbonnier into the corner. And Smits might as well, in fact. Charbonnier dropping 2 spaces, potentially. Just holding on to 3rd. Lieutenant can't get past. But Smits now right on the tail of Maxime Sontag. How many changes of leader is that so far? 10? You can see the first 6 or 7 have broken away. And although it looks small, that'll be a big gap to bridge. The car 41 has got a 10-second penalty for causing a collision. They are currently in outside the top 10 spots in 14th place, actually. Unfortunately, there's the 101. That is the car in 25th place, Emmanuel Burrell. Gilles Smits looks to retake the lead on the inside of the final corner. Does so. Did that similarly very close to the end of the race in race number 3. The race was not won until turn number 14, 15. So Gilles Smits back in front for the 4th time in this race. It's almost, and it's a bit like racing the Caterhams, similarly small car, you're almost in the latter stages of the race. You want to be in 3rd and 4th to get the drag and get the run into the corners on those final couple of laps, then hold on. The leader in a Legends race on maybe the last 10 minutes is generally not the winner. It's those behind that can stream in and get the slipstream and jump, make the jump, exactly what Maxime Sontag is going to do now on the leader and back into 1st place. Or can he get the pull away? They are so finely matched, and in fact Smits will just about hold on. Sontag will nip back inside. Max Lieutenant up to 3rd place, his best position of the race so far for Lieutenant. Charbonnier drops to 4th, Chapon in 5th. That is a great camera angle. Got to love a drone. So 2 races almost. You've got your front 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Gilles Smits, Sontag, Lieutenant, Charbonnier, Chapon and Chiron. Smits goes a little wide. Sontag takes the tighter line. Smits will have the advantage on this shallow left-hander before the tight right-hander, left-hander chicane at the Complex de Ligier. There has been today plenty of track infringements at turn number 17. That's the last turn onto the start-finish straight. You can imagine the desperation to make up half an inch of ground. And these front two have made, well, 20 yards or so, which you won't see too often. And that looking like a steering column issue. Gilles Smits holding off Max Sontag. Then a small gap back to Lieutenant Chapon is doing very nicely in the 4-1-1. Best finish so far this weekend. Has been at 7th position in races 1 and 2, currently lying in 4th. As Thibaut Chiron and Romain Charbonnier are going to drop right back. In fact, Charbonnier is going to drop down to 7th potentially. No, holds off Chiron. And the yellow legend inside. We're going to get 2 more full racing laps in, I believe. 3:07, 2:02 lap. We're halfway around. This might be the penultimate lap, actually. Depending on how quickly they can get to the start-finish line. Whenever they cross, whenever it turns to 0, that becomes the last lap. And they should, yeah, they will make it down to the start-finish before. Got to be before 2:02 that they cross the start-finish. That is their roughly lapping time. They're going to be absolutely fine. We'll get 2 more full laps in. Gilles Smits holding off Max Sontag in the 27. Then Chapon up to 3rd, goes a little bit deep, loses the back end. Lieutenant can't get through though. So Eric Chapon in his best position of the entire weekend, currently holding out for a podium position. Smits, Sontag, Chapon before Lieutenant. Charbonnier and Chiron. There's the funny little figure at the back of Sontag's car. Quite unnerving if you're directly behind that. Oh, they're trying to fix this, you know, and fixing that is very important, because if they can get out, it was clearly pressing, oh, it's still pressing on the wheel. Because there's so many points available. Even if you were to come back out and finish 25th, you would still get 16 points. There's 50 for a win, 38 for 5th place, 31 for 10th place, and they have got it out. Well done. That is really good work. Took a crowbar. Sometimes it takes something very clever. Sometimes it takes something very crude. Oh no! 41 has stopped, but got going again. That's, oh, this, no, waiting, good, hang on. Safe to move, yes. Then in 17th place was Fabrice Nicolas in our racer class. Martin Goulard in 7th is leading the racer class right now. The top 6 all elite pros. Benjamin Goulard, Coulard, not Gallard. They are different surnames, leading the racer class. Pro class, sorry. There's elite racer, elite pro, pro, elite, and racer. Just concentrate on the front few. You'll be fine. Well, the front couple, Sontag up the inside, will get it done this time. And that is into turn number 17. And they will become so important. If you do that on the last lap, oh dear, that is going to come off the racetrack. That's car number 12. That's Pierre Broussard. I really hope that does not cause anything other than a yellow flag. It's not ideal, but off the racing line. So this is our final lap. They will cross the line next time, and that will be it. Sontag, Gilles Smits going for 3 wins in a row. Maxime Sontag in the green, looking for his first win of the weekend. Eric Chapon in the red, looking for his first podium of the weekend. Up to the Adelaide hairpin. It is a long way round to the hairpin, but we've seen it done. Sontag holds on. Charbonnier takes over Chapon into 3rd place in the 66. So Chapon down to 4th, still be his best finish if he stayed like this. And now this could be any of 3. I don't want to discount the 4th, 5th and 6th, but these 3 cars trailing. Behind Maxime Sontag, going to overtake the back runner, just looking to get some points on the board. You're at turn number 9 of 17. Max Sontag in front of Gilles Smits. Romain Charbonnier in third in the light blue. Eric Chapon in the bright pink. Oh, that's a big move, and he's going to get it done on the inside. Gilles Smits. What a move. Sontag down to second. Charbonnier to third still. Chapon remaining in fourth. The tight right-hander, turn number 13. Then it's a long bend, round number 14, down to the final chicane. Will it be 3 wins in a row for Gilles Smits? Charbonnier looking to take second away from Sontag. Gets it, might even take first place. A lock-up from Sontag and a big push forward. This could be any of 3. 2 corners to go. And to the final chicane, what a move from Romain Charbonnier to take his first win of the week, to add to a second and a third. That is utterly incredible, finishing again. Less than a second between your top 4. Eric Chapon just misses out on a podium, still gets his best finish of the week in fourth. Sontag takes third. Second consecutive podium. He wanted so much more, he nearly got more. Well, Charbonnier. Romain Charbonnier finally gets his win on the final corner of the last race of the weekend. And these guys, there's a great atmosphere of the entire paddock. Really happy for Eric Chapon as well in the 4-1-1. 4th place finish, best of the weekend. Could have been a little better. Sat in third for the penultimate lap. We've got to see that lunge into turn 15 again, surely. Outwitted Sontag and outwitted Smits. That's what he was waiting for, that opportunity. They all were. That's why I mentioned with about 5 minutes to go, you're almost better in third place coming into the last couple of laps, because it gives you a chance to spot the lunge and go for it. That's exactly what Charbonnier did. They will make their way round on their in-lap. Oh, was a stranded legend there. Thankfully that happened after, or didn't deflect away from any of the action that we saw. So a couple of non-finishers, which is a rarity for the reliability of these cars. And hopefully we'll have a reporter down in Parc Fermé to have a chat with Romain Charbonnier. Oh, love it! We'll have a bit of that. Excellent stuff. He is going to be naturally very, very happy. Perfect end to the weekend. Maxime McDonald finishing then in 5th after a first and second place finish in the first 2 races. They'll all pick up huge points. Gilles Smits inches away from 3 consecutive wins. Just outdone by Charbonnier on the penultimate corner of the race. Well, without question, the legends have provided the best entertainment of the weekend, for my money anyway. wonderful all weekend. We actually started, our first race was on Friday. We had the Hoosier race 2 on Friday evening. So about 2.5 days of action at MAGNY-COURS. For the majority of the Ultimate Cup Series, it's been round 2, but for the Legends, it has been round 3. So in the archway there, the circuit known as MAGNY-COURS, but it is officially the circuit to the Vert MAGNY-COURS. The two most local towns, villages to the circuit. That's what we've been spying. It's a bear. I thought it was an owl. It's a bear on the back of Maxime Sontag's car. And I described it as menacing. That's a completely inaccurate description. It's quite a friendly looking thing, actually. So in the Elite Pro class, Romain Charbonnier overall an Elite Pro winner. In the Elite, it's Benjamin Coulard. In the Racer class, Martin Gallard. Runner-up position in the Elite, Dennis Debus. And third step on the podium
avec Romain
in the
Charbonnier,
Elite,
vainqueur
Fabien
de cette
Lodi.
dernière course. Romain, ça s'est joué dans l'ultime virage, dans le dernier secteur, avec ce dépassement sur Gilles Smith. Une course de dingue.
Ouais, c'était vraiment une très belle course. Je suis content d'avoir remporté la victoire parce que j'ai pas eu de victoire du week-end. J'ai fait une 2e place, une 3e place et une 4e place. Donc belle course, beau dépassement sur la fin. Je suis très content. Je me suis régalé.
Vous avez été dans le rythme pendant toute cette course. On vous a vu vous batailler et vous détacher un petit peu aussi avec Gilles Smith à certains moments de la course. Puis il y a eu cette bataille à plusieurs à la fin. Vous n'avez jamais douté. Il y avait cette opportunité-là dans le dernier virage. Même s'il fallait freiner un poil plus tard, l'opportunité était trop grande.
Non, j'ai pas douté du tout. Le seul problème, c'est qu'on est 5 pilotes très rapides pour la première place. Donc ça fait des bagarres assez compliquées. Mais c'est vraiment très sympathique.
Première victoire du week-end et victoire française ce week-end aussi.
Et oui, ça va faire plaisir d'entendre l'hymne français, pardon, à la place de l'hymne belge. Ça va faire plaisir.
Sans rancune.
Sans rancune.
Merci beaucoup, Romain.
Merci.
And that was Romain Charbonnier, your 4th race winner of the weekend. Thank you for joining us. The Ultimate Cup Series weekend 2026, round 3 of the Legends. 4 races are done. Win for Maxime Lieutenant, 2 for Gilles Smits, and finally 1 for Romain Charbonnier. We will see you next time round. There is your official results. Charbonnier on top. Finally, Gilles Smits, Sontag, Chiron, Lieutenant. Your overall classification. It has been a great weekend at MAGNY-COURS. We will see you soon.
Si on vous demande le nom d'un club auto qui rembourse votre franchise en cas d'accident, vous pensez à qui? Roule prend le relais là où votre assurance auto s'arrête. Roule, le premier club auto qui profite à tous, à condition de ne pas passer à côté.
Chetti est efficace en tête d'affiche. Allez, les pilotes effectivement encore quelques temps de présence sur cette grille de départ par rapport sur l'évacuation ainsi que la direction de course. Cette grille pleine, 29 voitures au départ dans quelques instants. Les derniers préparatifs à l'intérieur des voitures effectuer quelques manœuvres sur la voiture se préparant à remplacer physiquement. Derniers instants, les derniers tours. différents championnats, les générales, la victoire de Malak qui a été le classement est quand même très important. Il s'est engagé cette saison depuis la partie de cette Cup Series. Un calendrier très alléchant là aussi. C'est assez rare pour être souligné, 2 pilotes avec égalité de points après 5 courses disputées. Ligier et Finkelstein. Deux victoires chacun depuis le début de la saison, des victoires pour Finkelstein, une à Nogaro, une au Castellet. Une victoire à Nogaro également et une victoire au
pas marqué où
aujourd'hui. Plutôt ce week-end, c'était hier sur certaines de MAGNY-COURS. L'équipe GT Racing qui a déjà décroché de très nombreux podiums depuis le début de cette saison 2026. Le Cup Series, 4 km 411, 17 virages. Attention toute particulière dans les secteurs d'Adélaïde, également au niveau du 180, où parfois la décision peut se faire. Donc attention à les secteurs peuvent être se glisser. Il y a une dernière possibilité de dépassement dans ce virage numéro 15. Où l'histoire peut s'écrire pour certains pilotes.
Parce que mieux quand c'est...
On peut à la fois gagner et tout perdre dans ce secteur de circuit qui fait le charme du tracé nivernais. Légendaire pour avoir accueilli les courses sur ce type, que ce soit un sport automobile, bien sûr un retour avec le Beltoise.
Vous savez si c'était par lancé ou arrêté?
Notamment.
Ah! No French? Ah, pas Sébastien, dès qu'il n'y a pas les journalistes.
for the best.
Juste il fait cette victoire. Tu me dis quand c'est bon. Avec Nicolas Milan, vainqueur de cette deuxième course. Nicolas, pole position, victoire. Est-ce qu'on peut dire que cette deuxième course est parfaitement déroulée?
Ouais, ça s'est plutôt bien passé pour moi. J'ai pas accroché la voiture. Je suis un petit peu bagarré avec David Pouget. Là, c'était assez intense. Et voilà, je suis content.
Ouais, on a vu beaucoup de batailles avec David Pouget. Il y a aussi également Gaël Castilli qui est venu à la fin se batailler. Vous avez évité un petit peu le carnage qu'il y a eu au premier tour. Finalement, vous avez bien géré votre élément. Vous étiez parfaitement dans votre élément pour cette deuxième course.
Ouais, le fait de partir premier, déjà, ça change tout. Hein. C'est un petit peu moins marrant en fait de partir premier, mais on reste en dehors de tous les petits contacts. Et ma voiture est beaucoup plus jolie à l'arrivée de la deuxième course qu'à l'arrivée de la première.
Et donc ça fait le plein de confiance avant de partir au Mugello pour la prochaine course en juillet.
Ouais, c'est ça, mais bon, je fais ça pour m'amuser, donc voilà.
Merci beaucoup Nicolas.
D'avoir suivi ce week-end pour la serie pour cette troisième étape sur le circuit de Nevers à MAGNY-COURS. C'était encore une fois passionnant. On se donne rendez-vous sur le circuit de Ligier en Italie au mois de juillet prochain pour encore plus de spectacles et pour retrouver avec les articles de la Club Series 2026. On se laisse en image avec les meilleurs de cette deuxième course du week-end. A très vite. Ciao, ciao.
Vous pensez à qui? Roule prend le relais là où votre assurance auto s'arrête. Roule, le premier club auto qui profite à tous, à condition de ne pas passer à côté.